So this is the new title of my talk. About the advertised title of my talk, which I see there, which was, this is what we're now proposing, a precise and carefully observed experiment in non-planning. Is this what I'm proposing? Is this something I said once? I actually can't remember. I'm just so grateful that it was used as a placeholder title to get me here today. And it really is a pleasure and an honor to be here. So thank you especially to Lucia, Michaela, and Theo, and to you people for turning out for this. And also thanks for conducting procedures in English. So that's a real honor as well. So yes, we could follow a technical, procedural explanation of non-plan. We could play the Eames's House of Cards game. I actually have students back in Davis in California play this game in front of other students in the room to see what happens what's indeterminate. Or we could revisit cybernetics. Or we could revisit free market dynamics. Or we could study the strategies of the Occupy movement in the United States. This appears to be a plan for how to occupy. Or we could analyze the entries in the Museum of Modern Art's recent exhibition on tactical urbanism, which I take as an iteration of the long history of non-planning. But I have so many reservations about non-planning as an historical form of design and as an ongoing strategy, but I feel I should confess these to you today in the hope of initiating a critical and constructive discussion about what non-plan is good for and not so good for. My feelings about non-plan, as I was reminded preparing my notes for today, are pretty much exactly those of Harvard Graduate School of Design sociologist Neil Brenner, whose review of MoMA's Tactical Urbanism show was so very guarded. And if you want to read this, I think it is on the Museum of Modern Art's own website. So that's by Neil Brenner. Tactical urbanism, he wonders, might be ineffective against neoliberalism and may even bolster it. This is a worry that I've had for a long time. And in fact, if you go to one of the key publications on tactical urbanism, you'll see a diagram like this, which, read in some ways is disruptive of business as usual, but it's also rather constructive to business as usual. It shows the normal kind of cycle between top down and bottom up. Or again, that sense in a way that we're living inevitably in a non-plan age because of the ascent of neoliberalism. This thing where you get off aircraft and you go up the jetway, and there are all these ads from the bank HSBC. And here's one that I took recently as I got off the plane. The future is emerging, which is kind of non-plan, but it's coming from the corporate sector. And even were non-plan, even if tactical urbanism were to succeed in disrupting neoliberal urban structures, that would still leave unaddressed the urgent need for large-scale governmental transformation of our cities, now critically important in the face of dramatic social equality and climate change. Something we're reminded of, for example, with the 99% campaign in the United States. A lovely intervention here to go back to being projected the 99% onto a Manhattan skyscraper. Okay, so since the 1970s at the latest, progressive urban reform has stopped impersonating this sort of thing, Corb's hand here floating over a model of the future Paris. And it started to celebrate scenes like this, a view taken by Rem Koolhaas and his team from a presidential helicopter as they float above Lagos from 2001. And it started to do things like this. This is another piece of tactical urbanism from the Street Plans Collaborative in 2011. To summarize this very sort of broad brush history of planning to non-planning, I guess you could say. No more hand of God gesturing over Paris. No more plans, in fact. Lagos mutates through 1 million entrepreneurs, according to Koolhaas's team. And then finally, as you see, the contemporary urbanist joins those entrepreneurs by occupying the street. And I'm lining these up because they seem to me to be archetypal moments in the history of urban agency and in changing depictions of the urban commons. All these moments in urban agency are united by a quixotic hope that the city can be changed by a handful of creative people, whether through government, top-down, or through some sort of butterfly effect, bottom-up, as though some small change will create ripples to create larger and larger changes. My worry is that non-planning was, to some extent, a strategy for constantly deferring big, long-term collective and political decisions, for constantly defraying responsibility, and so for constantly maintaining a role for design as an enabler in perpetual beta mode. I recall Manfredo Tafuri explaining urbanism as the bourgeois search for some sort of surplus value within the chaos of capitalist modernization. So rather than propose a precise and carefully observed experiment in non-planning, my lecture tacks back towards a defence of sorts of planning. And I think it's interesting as well that an interest in planning is re-emerging. This is a seminar at the Max Planck Institute from last year on histories of planning. That reminds me of Matteo's summary of the history of rules that we heard a moment ago. At least I think I want to offer a defence for design that restates what is at stake collectively, politically, and long-term, which I take to be the modern institutions necessary to guarantee life and fairness, including health, housing, welfare, education, and transparent decision-making processes. And allow me, please, to think dialectically in the long Hegelian tradition. This is an illustration of why fear is being lost. Right now, the Smithson's masterpiece, Robiglio Gardens, for all its failures, I think should be kept as a souvenir of a moment when we could still plan and think collectively. And I find the urgency with which its demolition is being timetabled to be kind of politically motivated. So to try and think dialectically, planning was good at some things but bad at others. And then if non-planning, in response, was good at some things and bad at others, is there a way in which we can put the good bits of both parts of the dialectic, planning and non-planning, back into a new synthesis? This has to be done, I think, in order to restore the political intent of non-plan. Non-plans originate in a variety of perceived needs, for instance, to manage urban growth. But to take the terms of the title of this seminar, Co-production, Rules and Freedom, the core purpose of the non-planning that most interests me is that of equalization, or sort of equalitarianism. Non-planning was an attempt to constantly restore fairness by disrupting hegemony. In the 1950s and 1960s, for example, it was proposed in the UK, a case with which I'm most familiar, against the constricting nature of the grand, politically hegemonic designs of architecture, urbanism, and planning that you see here. So this type of mass social housing that you see in the background here was one of the instigators of non-planning. It was a revolution against it. But now that these grand designs are themselves imperiled, now that the city-making of our seminar's title is diverted by neoliberalism's antipathy to redistribution, to managed growth, and the social contract, which is also, of course, threatened by fundamentalist beliefs and power, perhaps then the next stealth operation, the next area of tactics, should be in maintaining these values of redistribution, governable growth, and a social contract. Perhaps the vestige of a plan is the radical equivalent now to what non-planning once was, all the more revolutionary given the erosion of the political and economic conditions necessary for planning. So I guess what I'm saying is that I think the most revolutionary, radical thing we could do right now is to plan. I think, we've got hell in a handbag with non-planning. After all, what is there for us to lose? Who wants architects except to make alterations and create spectacle? Who wants urbanists except to brand cities? Who its historians accept a strict heritage. It is time, maybe, for us to regroup around the principle of fairness, of the city as a life raft, of modernity as a guarantee of opportunity. I don't want to idealise the modern city. It has never been quite fair, and it rose on a bourgeois tide. But in the same way that Italian urbanist theory has allowed us to abstract physical typologies from cities, might we also abstract socio-economic typologies from it? Might we see in the city from the Middle Ages on, and here I draw a recent conversation with Professor Robiglio, something like a social contract supported by cities, schools, hospitals, streets, water, and money. Well, to put that in the terms of modern cities, the social contract supported by collective health, housing, welfare, education, infrastructure, and transparent decision-making processes, all supported by the redistributive taxation which is in the first rank at the eminence of neoliberalism. And then is it possible to see in such a vision of the city an adaptive system of sorts, absorbing economic and technological change, immigration and so on, to see in the city fundamentally a non-plan, one that's working or could work. At least that's a non-plan as I understand it, as I will try to outline it. A non-plan, always in a dialectical relationship to planning, entailing the curtailment of freedom that any contract implies in return for opportunity, fairness, and inclusion. That endless, dogged pursuit is, I suggest, as core to the typology of non-plan as any technical procedure. So what I've been thinking about in the last few days on planes and in cafes in Turin is that maybe the core principle of non-planning isn't so much technical, it's not so much about permitting change and growth, it is about attempting to maintain fairness and opportunity. I think that's the theme that's emerging for me. It is an abstract ideal against which non-plans can still be measured. Non-planning tries to correct the rules of the game, so to speak. It tries to correct imbalanced systems. And that matters to the moment in which we are now living, when capitalist development threatens, despite its beauteous surface order, to subsume the modern promise of opportunity. Koolhaas misreads Lagos, as geographer Matthew Gandhi has had to patiently explain in a recent article. Lagos is not opportunity galore. It is not self-organising in the way Koolhaas read it. As Gandhi explains, it was a tragic post-colonial disorder. There is nothing for us to celebrate here. It is time then to revisit the basic principles of non-planning, which, given that I have already more or less presented all I wanted to say today, I shall outline as briefly as I can. I will try and restate non-planning's basic principles to ask, have they run their course? So, okay, I've still got a lot of time, so I better keep going. Okay then, so my first theme, as I revisit non-planning, a mythic strategy that I think recalls it, which is the idea of life. When in the 1990s I first started to think about non-planning, I was interested in it not only for the technical details, which are very interesting, you see them here, for example, in Conrad Waxman, his system that allows perpetual change through nodes and connectors and struts. And there are other processes of non-plan, like those of community organisation, which is picturesque. But anyway, what I was mostly interested in were its ideological suppositions. These suppositions, what are they? They are mostly post-Cartesian, they are post-governmental, they are possibly ecological. So you find them, for example, in this rightly celebrated situationist map by Bohr and Yorn, a continuing object of fascination. That is a search for the capacity of society and space to self-organize, which is one of the truly beguiling propositions of design and politics. Yet all non-plans, it seems to me, be those of indeterminacy, or anarchism, or libertarianism, or tactical urbanism, and so on, they must all assume a series of understandings of the commons and its distribution. In other words, non-plans try to distribute the resources of a community in a way which probably entails, in the absence of clear top-down authority, a natural or rational proclivity for fairness, or fairness, a capacity to conduct games through which we can cooperate and compete. To put this still another way, non-plans are driven by a belief in some sort of holistic life force. Whereas the classical image of the ideal city was one of the triumph of top-down order over disorder, with a logical relationship between culture and form, I think the grail of urbanism among architects, sociologists, policymakers, urban critics, and boosters is probably that of the organic city as a generator of unplanned and yet civic activity and growth. And one source for the notion that modern cities are made by the forces of life and self-realization is, intriguingly, also a key source for the planning of cities. So I better sort of forewarn you here, I'm no expert on Patrick Geddes, but what I find is when I'm trying to find the sort of source of this idea of urbanism as a vitalism, as a life force, I kind of go back to Patrick Geddes in the end. And the mysterious diagrams like this, which is his notation of life, published in 1927, but probably devised in and expounded from 1904, 1905, in which he offers biological models of change in preference to those of historical materialism and social class. So in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, this immensely influential biologist, sociologist, and urban planner, Patrick Geddes, approached the urban phenomenon as though it was an organism holding the city and its citizens and its functions and its networks in harmony with one another and with nature. Geddes' model merged the evolutionary thought outlined by Herbert Spencer with Ebenezer Howard's image of the garden city to synthesize industrial society and nature as a foundation for modernist planning. In other words, it imagined the resolution of the contradictions and strains that one realm of the urban exerts upon another. It is, if you like, a planned non-plan. And so the dialectic between urban planning and non-planning is so intimate, I am wondering, as to establish a virtual continuity, such that Geddes himself can be read in several ways, as at once a planner and as a non-planner. This effort to harness an urban life force is a grand tradition into which even Le Corbusier's plan was anthers, as a gridded management of the forces of life in a city. The departure of Le Corbusier's hand waving in godlike fashion over the future city did not necessarily leave behind a vacuum of designs upon the city. Neil Brenner notices that some of the projects in MoMA's tactical urbanism show quickly spill over into full-scale plans and megastructures like you see here, as though the ambitions of local urban acupuncture, of local plans, of non-plans, cannot be contained. In fact, the ambition to reform the city remains intact from Le Corbusier to Koolhaas to tactical urbanism, despite the supposed paradigm changes they are plotting from top down to bottom up, from one historical context to another, from the abstract governmental logic of the Cartesian state to the common web of life, from the starched cuff. I'm losing my place here. There we go. From the starched cuff to the rolled up shirt sleeve. That's what I want to point out. Corbusier's starched cuff and then the rolled up shirt sleeve of the non-planner. If top-down agency was linear, Cartesian, abstract, the product of rational and perhaps dictatorial government, then bottom-up agency was simply re-diagrammed as webbing from interacting entities unburdened by the yoke of statecraft, but still subject to intervention by design. So here's what I'm trying to get to. What should, in theory, be the increasing modesty of the ideology of urban reform became, through non-planning, its actual extension. As an urbanist intelligentsia of architects and designers and campaigners and academics and artists and so on have reimagined agency draining away from the state and corporations into an urban commons operating according to some sort of quasi-natural law. Non-planning, therefore, is urban design actually become exponential, seeing order in disorder, design in the undesigned, the self in the other, a glorious co-evolution of all entities. It is a sort of grand hubris. If in the 1920s the plan was pre-political, the design of bypassing supposedly moribund political processes by going straight to the broker of power in a state and its police, non-plan type urbanism would be post-political by going straight to the broker of power in the constant push-pull of urban ecology. But in all of these processes, I can see no detailed analysis or explanation of political process. These are all dream images, these are all wish images. I don't see politics really taking place. Okay, break for a sip of water. Okay, so how about we try this? So I want to move on now to something that I think about, which is gaming as a sort of strategy in design. After the violence of the planner's bulldozer of destruction, what would be the technique of the non-planner's self-organisation? How does architectural design traverse the handover from top-down control to bottom-up freedom, from plan to non-plan, without losing all sense of its own disciplinary purpose? I think it has done so by reviving its mandate as a pursuit that is like a game. Gaming is, perhaps, a key trope of modernism and modern architecture. After the Second World War, an existing interwar avant-garde interest in play, the early 20th century interest in play that you see here, became increasingly instrumentalized by design vanguards through the analogy of games. At one level, the recurrence of the motif after World War II suggested a revival of pre- and interwar Dadaist and surrealist interests in play, which found theoretical validation in Johann Huizinga in his 1938 theory of Homo ludens. Some of the carnivalesque of the early 20th century avant-garde is certainly survived post-war in the neo-Dada of Lettrisme and Situationism in France, in happenings and other countercultural manifestations in the United States and in the UK, and in pop, including the revival of the reputation of a game-loving, chess-playing Marcel Duchamp. Today, its legacy survives in modes of autonomism and interventionism. So as I say, I'm trying to follow this trope of the game. But the spirit of the game in design following World War II seemed to differ from Dadaist and surrealist forebears in play. Vanguard games, earlier in the century, tried to breach the known limits of reason and economy, truly kind of disruptive. Whereas vanguard games, later in the century, worked within the unknowable limits of reason and economy. Look, in short, the game became developmental and strategic, culminating, for example, in Cedric Price's and Joan Littlewood's early 1960s Fun Palace projects, or in Archigram at the time, leading to the group's only completed building, a play centre, or in the 1969 non-plan of Cedric Price and Paul Barker and Raina Bannon and Peter Hall, basically a kind of key object when we think about the history of non-planning. So when you go back to the article on non-plan, this famous thing from 1969, one of the illustrations you see in the margins of the article is this invented game. Yeah, I don't think you can play this game. It's instead a sort of motif. It's an illustration of an ideology that the future will be about gaming. Sorry about this, I'm getting some sort of message. Okay, where am I? Okay, or in 1973, interesting key year, 1973, it keeps popping up. Theo mentioned it earlier. 1973 is also the year that this game opens, How to Play the Environment Game by Theo Crosby. And even in megastructure, Baima identifies man the player, Homo ludens, as central to the formation of the megastructure. In other words, games now started to seem more constructive to social order and the nation state than as a harbinger of its rupture. Right? So it's gone from kind of disruptive to constructive. In short, at least in the UK, play became an instrument of social democracy. An overriding concern in this period was surely that of resource allocation, which we were hearing about a moment ago. After the Second World War, this was initially handled for the growth of such gigantic planning apparatuses in the UK as the Town and Country Planning Acts. But worries about authoritarianism and paternalism and the crushing of initiative were imminent even to that big planning. And there's something that the British planner Andrew Derbyshire once said in a very small lecture at the Architectural Association in the 1990s, and I'm very glad I went to this, because he said it just in passing. He'd been asked to talk about planning after the Second World War, and he says that we were very interested in anarchism. And I'm like, what? In anarchism? And planning? And so I made a note of this. And so what I'm saying here is that kind of anarchy and non-plan is again kind of immanent inside planning. There's that dialectic. Games, then, we can conjecture, implied 4 advantages over planning. Is it 4? Yes. Okay. So the first was that games allowed the apperception of deep epistemological and ontological and phenomenological rules about human motivation and social development. Consider, for instance, the structuralist interest in games evident in Aldo van Eyck, whose influence was felt in the UK by T10. You know, he's got those wonderful playgrounds around Amsterdam. What a wonderful thing for artists to do. Second, closely related to this, games promised to switch agency from top-down to bottom-up self-organisation, from visionary authorship to group interaction. So I've got an illustration again, now from the 1970s, of the explosion of interest in games. You could go off on a sidebar there that comes from counterculture. The third advantage of games over planning was the training it offered in semiotic and structural scrambling that was made possible by systems. Take your pleasure seriously, advised Charles Eames, who we see here playing with the House of Cards, with Ray Eames, a profound Californian influence back in the UK on the Smithsons, for example. A fourth advantage of games was their cultivation of a sense of fair play and strategy. Again, hailing from the United States and available in such accessible form as the Rand Corporation's Complete Strategist of 1954, game theory suggested an exciting analysis of conflict resolution and prediction, even though it remained limited at the time to simple problems. Or in the UK, games like cricket were rooted in a class and imperial enculturation of supposed fairness. Oh, actually, hold on, I've got a fifth thing. So, fifth, games might better adapt to increasing uncertainty, which was apparent by the 1960s with the ascent of second-order cybernetics, of systems within systems affording no view of the outside from the inside, only from the inside out. That culture was caught by MIT's Nicholas Negroponte in 1970, when he makes this memorable quote. Architecture, he wrote, unlike a game of checkers with fixed rules and a fixed number of pieces, and much like a joke, determined by context, is the croquet game in Alice in Wonderland, where the Queen of Hearts, Society, technology, economics, each changing the rules. Negroponte was here writing in his book, The Architecture Machine, bringing us to the first of three models of the total game system gaining currency in the 1960s and 70s. For example, the cybernetic architecture machine, which assumed iconic form, for instance, in Price's Fun Palace. The complex engineering apparatus of such a game obviously limited its application. This is quite a lot of hardware in order to have a game. And so a second model did away with physical structure to return to the hidden hand of the economy as the great game of society. After all, the most popular board game of the 20th century was one about architecture and economy. Monopoly, launched by Parker Brothers in 1935. This is one of my favourite slides. This is a film still from Guy Debord's, one of his movies from 1978, in which the society that he's trying to destroy, we see a bourgeois party gathered around the game Monopoly. By 1969, Non-Plan imagined deregulated zones around the UK as the terrain of new games in production, consumption, and exchange. So what we're seeing here is the ascent of the idea of the economy as a game in which we're all playing. Not entirely averse to a liberalised economy, but tagging more toward the civic sphere, Theo Crosby's 1973 Environment Game exhibition suggested a social ecological model of resource allocation. This third game model also toned down the futurism of the cybernetic models of Crosby's friends like Cedric Price, a turn that was leading Crosby toward neo-traditionalism in architecture and urbanism. And all these games, positive and attractive, progressive alternative to the doctrines of the welfare state on one hand, and to the New Left on the other, especially after 1968, when the project of the New Left was perceived to have failed. The contrast could hardly be greater. The contrast between British architecture culture could hardly be greater than when compared to the national revolutionary cultures of France and the United States, being played out in remarkable ways through game cultures. So let's try this. The revolutionary radicalism of French games was almost willfully misread in the United Kingdom. Rainer Baima, for example, showed a familiarity with French situationism, which was steeped in games. There was a manifesto from 1954 by the situationist Jacques Fillon called New Games, which was available in English by 1970. But in 1959, Baima straightaway assimilates and diffuses the revolutionary possibility of gaming in an article that he calls The City a Scrambled Egg, which is the article that I've reproduced here. So what Baima is trying to do is to translate situationism into English by getting rid of any sense of radicalism and instead seeing it as a liberal alternative to planning. Situationist leader Guy Debord, meanwhile, pressed on in his efforts to train revolutionaries by popularizing the military theories of Sun Tzu and Karl von Clausewitz, eventually launching his military strategy board game, The Game of War, in 1977, which you see him playing here with Alice Becker-Ho. I love this because apparently it's not that good a game, according to games that I've talked to. But Guy Debord, you see him here on the right, thought that it would be best remembered not for writing the Society of the Spectacle, but for inventing this game. At this time, a more subtle revolutionary American laissez-faire and militarism was propelling US game theory through multiple fields, from von Neumann in the 1940s, through the US military and the corporate world, advised by the Rand Corporation, to Stuart Brand's hippie New Games tournaments, beginning in Marin in California in 1973, Not quite sure what this game is. This is where Stuart Brand, sort of lead hippie of Northern California, is balancing in meditative position on the whole world. By which day, competition was being sublimated into cooperation, spectatorship into participation, to prepare gamers for a borderless, globalized interaction. Within the gaming matrix, the procedural details of actual social and economic change are blanked out. The details of politics can go because the game will take care of it. Here's Buckminster Fuller with his world game, walking upon the sort of an open game-playing board of the whole world. But these are really wish images with no clear model of history, just lofty invocations of long-termism. Matteo was reminding us earlier of the importance of taking into account time and change. But how does change take place? These are evolutions transcending particular moments, particular populations, particular places in which we are actually embedded. By the 1980s, the trope had devolved into explorations of identity and subjectivity within the stage set of the city. One of the best examples, I think, is the work coming out of the Architectural Association in the 1980s around NATO. London is just a sort of Thatcherite game to explore one's identity. Here on, the city was imagined by designers to host the interplay of multiple desires and identities. In 1978, historian Anthony Vidler, for instance, would argue that cities offered so consistent a background to human affairs that it furnished a third typology, following the first two typologies of nature and machines. The city was like an unfolded game board or a plinth from which to create. Okay, folks, so I hope I'm more than halfway through, and if I'm not, I'll simply stop speaking before you rebel. Anyway, in the meantime, I'm moving on to another section. Non-plan as a third way between Keynes, the great proponent of economic planning, and Friedrich von Hayek, the great proponent of economic liberalism. So here's where we are. Though modernism unravels a unified social, political, and architectural project then, belief in design did not. Don't think this is remarkable. We believe in design as rigorously today as we did 50 years ago, at the moment when design, in a country like the United Kingdom, was all done a department of government. And that's over, but we still believe in design. How is this possible? As painful an experience as the abandonment of the modernist urbanist project was in the 1970s, during that decade of agonizing transition between post-war boom and energy crisis gloom, designers likely felt as though their calling was renewed by being cut loose from the objectives of the state and from commitment to clear future objectives. You just contemplate for a moment a cover like this from Architectural Design in 1976. Kind of the depths of the British recession, but it is celebratory. Of what? I don't know, but of a possibility of design. And I think it's because the editors of AD felt at this stage free from responsibility for the big planning of which architects had so recently been a part, as the last of the great social housing projects were being completed in Britain in the early 1970s. It was possible to simply walk away from this perceived failure. Indeed, the 1970s editions of Britain's Architectural Design magazine are probably as mesmerizing to read now as they were then, with a vitality in the face of crisis that I suspect deeply informs how design is understood today. You've got a crisis, design has a response. I think that sort of design feeds on a sense of crisis. So these are books recommended at the back of Architectural Design in the 1970s. And look at them, they're all kind of non-plan, right? Radical technology, paper houses, architecture without architects, energy primer, shelter, freedom to build. And then finally, of course, Peter Smithson walks in back, as Peter Smithson looks back, actually, to what has been lost. Unlike the utopianism of the 1960s, which still looked to the future, the mid-1970s saw a utopianism of the present, focused on resourcing and strategy. This is one of my favourite images at the moment of 1970s non-plan, I guess you could call it. This is one of the best illustrations from the book Radical Architecture from 1976, in which we see a terrace of working-class British housing being converted into collective housing with all sorts of sustainable facilities that take us into the future. It's a utopianism of the present. It's not deferred to the future. It's something that they're suggesting can happen now. And that idea of autonomy as well, of freedom, of independence, this too becomes one of the motifs of the 1970s. The design disciplines of repulsion at cultures of dependence, a repulsion shared on the left as well as the right, was long-standing, but became more visible with the political unravelling of the welfare state and the unpopularity of its architecture. The miraculous grids and civilization of gadgets that had delivered universal goods and services in the collages of Archigram and its followers gave way to a grittier iconography of just making do and getting by. The private future, as architectural designers Marshall and Hawley identified it in 1978, was, for better or worse, to be the micro-capitalism of privately owned houses. In the background, the larger dispute persisted about the better means by which to ensure the well-being of the population. Through economic intervention, as John Maynard Keynes, on the right there, had recommended in the interwar years, or by allowing the market to operate freely, as Friedrich von Hayek, there on the left, also was demanded. The synthesis of conservative economic and progressive social policies flagged in the 1969 non-plan statement, and also in Paula's books on the private future, I think kind of prefigured so-called third-way politics, promoted by Anthony Giddens and adopted by Tony Blair and Bill Clinton. The formation of an ideology of design as lively citizenship rather than as teleology was international, drawing on models from as far apart as California and Asia, but converging on London. For instance, the tensions between freedom and control were extensively explored by the German-born, British-domiciled economist E.S. Schumacher. Schumacher had come to the UK as a follower of Keynes, entering the fray around the London School of Economics. Like his mentor, Keynes, Schumacher initially believed that architecture would transcribe the planned economy, which would fairly transcribe national social capital. So this is a book by Schumacher just before the end of the Second World War, in 1944, in which he absolutely advocates for national planning of all sorts, and he goes on to become the economist of the National Coal Board. But by the time he wrote his 1973 book, Small is Beautiful, Schumacher had accepted, like many of the architects who had been instrumental in the building of the welfare state, that the case for orthodox central planning was probably lost. Widely read by designers, the book is best remembered for the appropriate technology movement it helped to spawn, and which saturated architectural design in the 1970s. And yet Schumacher had relatively little to say about design itself. Even his prescriptions for technology were vague, aside from the central theme that design and technology had to be central to the well-being of people and the planet, to which private interests were at most secondary, and appropriate to the resources of a region, especially if that region fell into the so-called Third World. We might go further to suggest suggests that politics itself, government itself, were problems for which alternatives were being sought, and that appeals to economics, or to well-being, and to pleasure, and to appropriate technology were all appealingly post-political. So what I'm trying to get at here is the idea that non-planned design becomes imagined as a substitute for politics, that we can plan through design, we can politic through pure practice by doing, that we can do this bottom up. Much as countries unaligned with the so-called First and Second Worlds of NATO and the Communist bloc were from the 1950s on referred to as the Third World, I'm asking, did some designers come to see the design discipline too as a non-aligned third way, a course steered between the left and the right, between top-down and bottom-up? Towards the end of Small is Beautiful, E.F. Schumacher startlingly added to his list of non-Western sources in Buddhism and in Gandhism the influence of Maoism. His proposal to internally reorganize corporations into more manageable scales drew on the myth, before the terrible realization of the facts of the Cultural Revolution in China became better known, that Mao had learned from the peasants, had codified their knowledge and given it back in the perfect reciprocation of top-down, bottom-up control and freedom. Concomitantly, designers in the West might have imagined themselves resisting colonization by the corporations and governments of which their discipline was a part. From 1962, self-billed advocate John Turner exerted a powerful influence on architectural design's editor, Monica Pidgeon. Her introduction by Turner to the South American barriadas convinced her that occupants must be involved in the design process of public housing. But then what was it for an architectural magazine to report on self-build? I mean, so that's not architecture, it's self-build. So why report on it? Was it to interpolate an actually existing practice of non-architects back into the design discipline? Architectural design was narrating how design and technology is deployed by non-architects, yet while architectural design was read by some non-architects, it wasn't obviously marketed to them. If anything, its production remained that of a London coterie of architects. So my argument then is that a larger system of life was being translated back into design and was being abstracted from the actual crisis produced in the shanty towns into the relative luxury of non-planning. Self-build non-planning was then at once a mark of respect for the displaced and the poor, but also a mark of neglect for their objection, since it said little about the need to redistribute wealth through progressive economic policy. It instead posits a sort of magical line, which is kind of a theme of the next bit. I'm very aware actually I'm going to run late, so I don't have a... Anyway, I don't want to test your patience. But anyway, I'm going to keep going for a while. So non-planned magical capitalism, this is my next theme. So clearly then, self-help had an uncomfortable relationship with the emerging paradigm of neoliberalism. So what I'm getting at there, this is another illustration from the non-plan article, and what it scandalously proposes is to hand over the planning of the built environment to the forces of the economy. Okay, so it's kind of like prefiguring neoliberalism. The social, economic, and technological shifts of post-war Britain were as prescient about current neoliberal malaise as they were correctives for it. In important respects, non-planned tendencies prepared the ground for the revolution of Thatcherism, characterized as it was by a deregulated, privatized built environment and post-industrial economy. Disruption became orthodoxy through the new market-centered orientation initially promoted by Friedrich von Hayek and by Milton Friedman and resting on the doctrine that open, competitive, and deregulated markets are the most efficient mechanism for economic development and social betterment. It's amazing to me ways in which Friedrich von Hayek's economic theories have kind of entered our collective unconscious. And to try and trace how that happened, I was intrigued to discover this leaflet from April 1945, which took Friedrich von Hayek's economic theories and made them into a picture book. I think it was subsidized by General Motors and published in Reader's Digest. And it explains why plans will never work. That plans are good for fighting a war, but after that, forget about it. So you see here they can't agree on one utopia. With peace and new, the unity is gone. Planners nearly come to blows. Each has his own pet plan. So instead, the economy, that sorts everything out. Take, for example, the trope of Los Angeles, which informed the non-plan of Bannon, Barker, Hall, and Price. So, well, I won't back up now, but you remember that image from non-plan. It's kind of based on Los Angeles. It's Los Angeles in Britain. Los Angeles was perceived in the era after post-World War II by architects visiting from London as a live model of actually existing market liberalism. So you see a film still here from Raina Bannon's movie, Raina Bannon Loves Los Angeles, made by BBC TV. That it was perceived as an experiential and economic ground for non-plan to be tuned by architecture. The Californian plinth course of capitalism, as Thomas Pynchon described it in 1965, supported what appeared to Londoners as a new stage of modernity, indeterminate rather than planned, generated by transport, growth, and media, a sort of plane of immanence, free of the programs elsewhere imposed on environments and their subjects by tradition, design, and social class. 1973, that year again, saw the Architectural Association charter a passenger jet to fly an architectural field trip to LA. This is a poster made in the AA in 1973 to promote this trip. Most bizarre thing, that half of the AA school were on this 747 with Los Angeles to find out how to do architecture. 1973 also saw the publication of a milestone critique of modern architecture, Manfredo Tafura's Progetto e Utopia, translated into English 3 years later. Tafuri argued that modern architecture had hopelessly waged its plans against the chaos of capitalism, and that capitalism had won because design and its plans cannot change capitalist political economy. Yet the British vanguard tried to harness capitalism as a socially progressive force. So to go back to architectural design for a second, this is the AD from 1973 reporting on this field trip to Los Angeles with AA students in a Chevy Nova floating across the California desert. It's utopia, right? This utopian hope in the US capitalist liberalism has since been superseded by the less than utopian reality of neoliberalism. And even at the time, Art Forum's brilliant Los Angeles-based reviewer, Peter Plagens, dismissed Bannon's book on Los Angeles as, quote, the standard conventioneer bullshit about freedom, since Los Angeles' shortcomings were of no interest to British non-planners who excluded all reference to the two crises which surely any discussion of LA as an urban model should at the time have addressed: air quality, and following the 1965 Watts riots, social justice. How is it possible to write about LA without talking about these things? How is that possible? In its takedown of Bannon's celebration of an unplanned Los Angeles, Peter Plagens was exasperated enough by the Englishman's tourist gaze to write his own analysis of LA, and what a lovely phrase here, its jasmine-like sense of possibility Plagians gets it. LA has that sense of possibility of another sort of future. But he concludes something completely different to Baima. He concludes that what we obviously require, short of a revolution, which he would prefer, is the sort of hardcore planning Baima despises, or short of that, thousands of free propane buses, or simply smaller houses and smaller gardens, consuming fewer resources. Now, there's more to my complaint about non-plan than political indignation. It's also a complaint about a lapse in logic. 5 decades ago, Architectural Association architects insisted that Los Angeles was innocently self-organizing. Parametrically, we might say. But then they tuned it through the architectural montages of archigram. So what is it? Is it self-organizing, or is it being designed by archigram? Which is it? And nearly a half century after archigram and non-plan, the Architectural Association's Patrick Schumacher, the other Schumacher, and by the way, if you go to the Canadian Centre for Architecture Library, to my despair, they haven't got Small is Beautiful, but they do have Patrick Schumacher's book. This is right. But it's still advocating a Hayekian understanding of the wisdom of markets as the hidden hand of architectural parametrics. Patrick Schumacher now explains the need for parametric urbanism like this. What is required, he says, is first a hegemonic style. Why? That is able to deliver a legible order via local rules without imposing an overarching global order. Just like Archigram's instant city, parametricism contains architecture in the grand manner. It is damming up, knotting, and tuning the flow of urbanism, even though it has no obvious climate, no obvious market, and it is reticent about who or what will see it to fruition. It's a dream. Just like contemporary parametricism's craving for a legible order, instant city was imbued with the directive traditions of modernist total architectural planning from the 20s and 50s. It's just worn over. Again, actual political procedure is blanked out. We cannot precisely and carefully observe non-planning because its advocates repeatedly perform this sleight of hand. How's it going to be done? Don't know. So that was really my time, but there was. But anyway, if we can, I was going to give you some sort of conclusions. So another 5 or 10 minutes, and then I promise to stop talking. So finally then, recovering non-plan. So here's what we have after this slightly jaded history of non-planning. First, planning and non-plan alike, top-down and bottom-up alike, are ways in which designers have narrated, mostly back to themselves, more or less imaginary organizations of urban life through creativity. They are wish images projected by designers onto the systems they inhabit. These visions are compatible with structures wielding power more directly. Government, of which architectural planning had become a virtual branch in the post-war era, and then more recently of neoliberal urban restructuring, disavowing the need or possibility for long-term planning in favour of contingent market solutions. It's not an encouraging assessment. Why then our continuing fascination with non-planning? Look, that continuing fascination. So I'm working a lot at the Canadian Centre for Architecture at the moment. And, it's a bit like our story from ETH about the most checked out book. At ETH is Aldo Rossi. But meantime, at the CCA, by far the most consulted archive at the CCA is that of Cedric Price. Now why? Why are we fascinated by Cedric Price? And is there anything to be learned from history? Yes, I think the fascination is more than justified, and that there is something to be learned from this history, provided we do not look for models, but use non-planning as a way in which to think, both about the world which is being made and as a way of course correcting it. To the degree to which the non-plan of the long 1970s was a response to the crisis of modernism, I'm going to argue that it appeals again and is being rediscovered now in response to the crisis of postmodernism and its economic avatar in neoliberalism. So what I'm trying to argue is that this extraordinary moment in the 1970s of the confusion in architectural design, they propound squatting and self-build and ecology. Look, that was a response to the crisis of modern. I'm suggesting that we're in another crisis state now, as postmodernism and neoliberalism become intellectually bankrupt. Even though they're terribly successful, they are intellectually finished. And we're going back to non-planning now because we see in it a sort of similarity to who we are now. As I say, I'm currently revisiting this material as a member of a project on post-war Britain at the CCA. Sorry, I need to stick this. I've missed out my slides here. Okay then, so the fascination of non-planning. That's what this was illustrating. And the fascination with non-planning in the 1970s. To thumb through the pages of 1970s editions of architectural design today is to have the curious sensation of being both in history and in the present. The articles seem to be completely up to speed on the mood of design after the fiscal crisis of 2008. So that when you read maybe from the 1970s, your sensation is, yeah, these guys are really on that, they really understand what's going on. And then it's like, oh, whoops, no, this is the 1970s. So there's this strange vestigial effect that we are experiencing now. Now that again we're in a moment of popular apprehension about crises, of climate change being a tipping point, or of social and racial and ethnic inequality running high. Though built architecture slumps in quality or quantity during moments of transition, as in the 1970s or in the early 21st century, the quality and quantity of architectural thought can flourish. So as I say, the fascination with Cedric Price is really revealing. An architect who built so little. Why would we turn back to him now? Is it then that his range of mind and work and influences and contacts is that in a way that we can extrapolate our own desires? Is the fascination with something like non-plan the way in which a guy committed to the left can also negotiate with the right? Until one drills down into his archive, if you look at the stuff that he was reading, you will find in him, in the end, a steadfast, trade union-oriented, old-fashioned socialism. So perhaps our nostalgia is for an era when practitioners and critics and historians and curators of design thought through design as public intellectuals dedicated to the gaming of a political economy of which design is a part. Their dream was of a fair game with mass participation within social democracy. I'll give you a quick illustration of that idea of non-plan being a way in which to invite a public discourse about our future. So I'll just zip through these slides here now because I do feel like I'm running out of time. So to go back for a moment to Theo Crosby's Strange exhibition of 1973 at the Hayward Gallery in London, got a poster here from it, and actually crucially a book. The book kind of circulates through a wider population, I think. It's in revolutionary red, but look as well at the analogy being proposed here of these little green monopoly houses, of the built environment as a game. And what happened in the exhibition, which was pretty sparsely attended, it wasn't very popular. It wasn't very popular because it was so pedagogical. What Theo Crosby attempts to do with this exhibition is explain to a general lay public the rules of the game. How does architecture and environment and planning and the economy, how does this all interact? So you see these panels here. Very pedagogical. It's like going to a very well-informed, very long lecture about the history of the city. So we'll just sit through some slides here. And then eventually it's feedback. So there's this pin-up board here. This is that sort of non-planned moment again, where visitors to the exhibition are invited to bring their own posters and handouts and leaflets, and we'll put them up. So on the one hand, there's something as innocuous as this, say the Brighton railway station. But there's another, so on the scroll here, you can't read this, I'll read it out for you. Somebody else has written here, you wonder where your wages went? You wasted half by paying rent. Why not squat? Viva the revolution. So he's trying to kind of open up, he's trying to open up the environment again to mass participation. But this is a very interesting strategy, I think. Crosby calls for what he calls the pessimist utopia. No more actual utopias. What he suggests instead is that our future will come through regeneration, through social and administrative means, rather than construction. So you don't design the future, you negotiate it through consultation, land use and building control rules, preservation, building budgets, and so on. So it is an invitation to civic partnership. 20 years earlier, on the same site as the Hayward Gallery, the Festival of Britain was announced. And the Festival of Britain is a vision of a planned future for Britain, a utopian future for Britain, in which the British simply visited and saw their future laid out. 20 years later, Theo Crosby is saying, that is not going to be possible. The future has been cancelled. It will only come about now through a renewed sense of informed civic partnership. Hence you see these visitors going around these boards saying, now I get it. I shall now go and act upon the future. Okay, so what sort of example does the non-plan of the 1970s offer us now? I think first, a spirit of inquiry and public engagement, the sort that you saw with Theo Crosby. Here's a crucial one. The assumption that enterprise and capital should be in the service of people and nation, and their nation, that architecture and government governs with the economy, with capitalism, not for capitalism, not for the economy. This was a crucial distinction being made at the time by Michel Foucault, as he studied the emergence of neoliberalism. And Tony Judd, who we heard invoked earlier, again sees this moment as a period of catastrophic change for Britain, as the government moves towards governing for markets rather than with markets. So that is one thing that we can take away from non-plan. I think another advantage of the sort of non-plan that we see by the 1970s in the pages of architectural design is the capacity to put designers outside of their comfort zone. So the articles being run, sorry, I've got my thumb in the picture here, this is straight from the CCA, but the sort of articles being run in AD in the 1970s remain uncomfortable to read, right? And in that, there was a sort of ethics. I recently read an essay by John Dillnut from the Parsons School for Architecture, where he attempts to outline a program of ethics for designers now. And one of the things that he says is, designers have to take risks. And to take risks, you have to go outside your comfort zone. And I see that happening in the 1970s. I'm afraid I don't see it so much with tactical urbanism now. I'm afraid I kind of see it at the occupation of a parking space, and in a sense, a sort of extension of the sidewalk, cafe pavement culture that's really kind of operating within our comfort zone, not kind of looking out to new subjects and populations. And then finally, what I see in non-plan from the past, which I worry that we've kind of lost since. Do you remember I was saying earlier how Cedric Price, despite all this experiments with politics and working with politicians on the right as well as the left, when you go back to this library, he remains at core a card-carrying socialist with a belief in trade unionism and the like. So when you look through his book collection, he never disposed of books like this from the Second World War and the immediate aftermath about planning and the purposes of planning, which, as you see here, there's work for all, by a very interesting thinker, Michael Young. And as you open the page, even recently, tries to have written inside the book, this is terribly interesting. And inside the book are diagrams of how to think about great and unknown, this would be isotype situation. Which, in other words, is to say this, that although we may not have an immediate tactic, although our strategy may be indeterminate, nevertheless, we still have a telos, we have a goal. Which I think for Price never wavered. It was fairness. It was opportunity. And I think there's something to learn from this. You know, Schumacher likewise attempting to negotiate different forms of organisation, different forms of political economy. It could be planning, it could be non-planning, but there's never any wavering in Schumacher's intent. The strategy can change, but the objective, that always remains the same. It remains opportunity. As they negotiate, as these non-planners negotiate these competing requests of high aid and keywords. And so my last slide here now is something, every time I go into the CCA, something that has been put up there by Mirko Zandini. He was a terribly interesting guy, although you can never quite tell what he stands for either, the director of the CCA. And as you go into the research centre, the UB, that you are met by this quotation from Gordon Mather Clark, again in the critical year of 1973. Here is what we have to offer you: confusion guided by a clear sense of purpose. This is the dialectic that I'm trying to get back to. The confusion, that's non-plan, that is changing strategies and tactics. But the clear sense of purpose, that idea of a greater plan, that we kind of understand why we design, that we have been steeped in a certain culture of design that has been about fairness since at least William Morris, and that we are all party to this arcane knowledge, and we know how the world works. Because as an architect or designer, you have privileged knowledge of how the world works, how labour gets exploited, how logistics occur. And that's something that can be put to use for the greater good. Bit of a rush in there, folks, but I didn't want to run too much out of time, and I really thank you for your attention. That's very much appreciated.
So we will meet 2 p.m. here, and
which part?
yeah, we have 2 hours.
Discussion center or
Yes. Much better. So we will listen to this first. We have the 2. Okay, if everybody just have a few questions, we can start a little bit right now. But I think it's much more interesting if we listen to both the lecturers and we discuss everything together later. Okay.
I need to bring wine and cup.
Yes, I know. Well, can I start? I love that talk, I love it so much. I love that kind of inventory of rules. And it's one of those talks which, now I've heard it, I won't think about cities the same again. And it will have me thinking, for the rest of my life. But how about then we go back to the Trump example? And this is what I would like to clarify with you. Whether you think that Trump really is creative, or whether there is a cut-off point between Trump as a crypto-fascist, which is what he now is, and Trump and Trump as a property developer. Yeah. Because it would seem to me that there is something deeply unacceptable about Trump now. Yeah. and the way that it is using rules. It seems to me to be precisely an example of getting a system that is one of the things that worries me. And in that way, there seem to be really important differences between the examples that you're showing us, where sometimes the examples you're showing me, I'm thinking, yeah, I'm with you, absolutely. And then there are other examples where I'm wondering, are you trying to sort of be provocative? Are you trying to test my patience? So with Trump, there is something where he's clearly he and his lawyers, and is he lawyered up? He is lawyered up, and he is figuring out ways of getting a system in a way that is completely uncivil. Yeah, it shows contempt for the United Nations, it shows contempt for New York, it shows contempt for the skyline. It seems to me to offer nothing to it. The building is a trap. There is a grandiosity and a self-obsession building that height, to that height, but it is not the same as the creativity of skyscrapers using the set animals, which was a sort of parametrics, but there was a sort of joy that was creativity. By contrast, there were other examples that you're showing where you say, well, look, in discussing, let's say, a building site, in discussing the shadow effect and so on, then you are creating communities, constituencies around these buildings, which reminds me of the model of Bruno Latour, where he says sometimes things act as a matter of concern, and they assemble constituencies in ways that are unpredictable and important and exciting. So I guess that's my question. Is there a difference in the sort of examples that you're showing us? Some are creative and they are civil and they seem to attend to an idea of a social contract because they assemble a constituency that is concerned. And in other regards, what you'll show me are rules that are bent in favour of oligarchs, and it's an absolute condemnation of the rule system.
No, I totally agree with your reading of the case of Trump and also Jack Parker. Yeah? Less well known, and he's not such a kind of bad public figure, but he's as criminal as but also kind of brave, like going to the same department for 2 permits. Yeah. It's a joke. Yeah, it's really a joke. Yeah. And but maybe creativity is the wrong term. But what I like about the Trump example, the Jack Parker example, and also the kind of ambition of the noble families in San Gimignano is that there is some kind of individual motivation. Yeah. Like even if it's just the lowest one, like profit oriented. Which still it's as much as the examples of the broad shoulders of Chicago, they all have only their kind of individual interests, but thereby they are also Trump is producing a huge morphological difference, at the waters next to the circular building. So. It's of course if it was Trump, then there would be just another building standing there, slightly lower than the UN secretary. It would have been probably as ugly, but not it wasn't trying to bend it so much. But I don't know what's better in any case, but I kind of like the very fact, and the only fact about it is that I really like is that guys like them are questioning, these limits, whether they're bad or good, but they at least care, They want to get to the limits, because I hate nothing more than if you ask an architect and why did this building come out that ugly, and she says, oh, It wasn't me. It was the codes. It was all these constraints that were like I was in and I couldn't move anymore. Yeah. So I think what I really like as an abstraction of these cases is the kind of subversive power, yeah, that comes from an individual by facing these kind of so-called collective interests or gentleman agreements, what it's called in the UN example. So I think, like, no, I totally agree. It's a kind of foreign story, but I also hate this kind of passiveness. Yeah. So of course, I mean, I wrote this book because I was so unhappy that people just say, yeah, the rules are like this. I have to do it like this. But we are also like a civil society where we have the obligation to challenge these rules and in a negative and in a positive, and at best, like also not leave it up to some kind of people who have no real interest in it, yeah, but like lawyers or so forth, yeah, just to make it bulletproof. I admire this kind of. I don't admire, of course, don't admire Donald Trump, but I admire the kind of the ambition to challenge.
What do you think? What you say makes me think of the famous Maradona goal on the World Cup finale, which proved to be a touch with the hand.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can craftily and masterly play within the rule and play to the limit of the rules. This is the half fabrics and the separate rules. And this produces quality. I mean, we were looking before the drawings I showed you, the one by Lucia in which the tower goes out this way, because they were playing at the very limit of the law. So they were playing in the space which is between what the rule really says and what we assume it says. So why were the other construction in Torino reconstruction building this kind of regular buildings? Because they said, okay, the building code says this A, but I can come out with that. So you have a very simple building, but there was an implied non-demonstrator's assumption in those cases that the building should have a vertical walls. You could also build this way, and that's what they were doing. So they were playing the rule. Donald Trump is touching the ball with a hand. So, okay, you can be admired and say, oh, that's genuine, you won the World Cup with that touch. But still, he's not subversing the rule, he's cheating. There is some cheating, especially in the second example, the one presenting two buildings on the same block. That's clearly a cheat. The other one is not a conventional, so the kind of rule of good taste, of good behavior in a community that you say, okay, we don't do that. When we play football, you don't take the ball in your hands, otherwise you spoil the game. But it's not so bad if you do that, you're not killing anybody. So I think that those rules are interesting, as you say, those cases, because they show the duty to force the rule. They don't produce any quality. While the times when you seem to have quality in the story is when you go really near to the boundary of the rules, but still you stay within the white line. I mean, you play to the limit. This is stimulating. Going back to the beginning of our conversation, does it stimulate or kill? You're angry with the lady explaining why the project is ugly because you feel that she didn't push the game to the limit and she couldn't be creative. She got killed by it. She let herself and her project be killed by the rules when she could have played better. But in the example of Trump, it looks like a mighty man putting some money, some loyalty, and forcing somehow conversation which is a city. Especially the second case, it's very clear. The result in quality in both cases is relatively poor, while the towers of Paris are brilliant.
Yeah, but the very fact that many of the big cities are also getting their qualities because of these kind of guys who want to go beyond their shells is kind of I mean,
First, the
like
Baima
these-
towers,
the-
the tiny towers New York is building now,
Yeah.
are also a variation of the building called.
Yeah.
This one up there.
Yeah, but also means of course there is lakeshore buildings are super beautiful, but they were also like kind of cheating. So that they were after the fact declared as planned developments, like exceptions to the general zoning along this road. Yeah, so it's for me, it was not important to say whether it's good or bad. It was just the basic principle that it's important to challenge these things, yeah, and not just be the dumb sheep to comply to them, yeah, because that's necessary, yeah. I mean, also like with these other like more harmless examples of these kind of neighborhood parks, yeah. I don't say that it's better to have a fight with your neighbor than not to have any kind of relationship with your neighbor. I'm not promoting this, yeah? Like, rather fighting than, like, I don't care. But I think there's different and, like, very drastic ways to produce, like, relationships that are not always based on harmony and yeah? So there is, I think it's a kind of cruel area, the city, yeah, with like, and many of the rules are made in order to make this kind of proximity of different wishes and desires work, yeah. So like whether it's always good or bad, but there's some kind of mediation. Like the biggest task in the city is to mediate all these kind of individual interests.
Yeah, I suppose that's also then one of the questions that I would have about these rules. Like you say, individual interests. So that it seems that a lot of the rules that we were looking at in your presentation, the rules originating in property rights and therefore kind of an individualism and so on. Which is, you know, it's kind of interesting, but I just wondered if there's more that architecture can be doing than figuring out property.
Yeah, no, of course, you're right. But of course, architecture can do much more. But this was not necessarily the task to do this in this project.
Yeah.
It's like for me, it's like considering this roof as some kind of infrastructure which you can actually actively or should be aware, yeah, that there is some kind of active way to deal with them. Again, yes. So it's like, yeah, it's for me. It's also like these rules are not necessarily only like constraints, but they are perfect ways to. First of all, I mean, you can perfectly analyze, yeah, cities by noting that by using these rules as notational instruments, yeah. So you can almost you could describe Torino, yeah. You can go with like 15 students through the city and like write a complete code of the city, of its morphology, even of its kind of social conventions, yeah, by just observing, like looking at the city, yeah, and writing it down. And then there's a moment where you start from this kind of analytical point of view, because that's the hardest thing in research and design, yeah, to turn from the analysis towards the synthesis, yeah. So, but then the rules are perfect because you can almost like just immediately switch them and say, okay, now it's not a form of reading, but it's a form of writing, yeah. And immediately they become a design instrument, and that's also so beautiful about them. And yeah, we made quite nice studios with just this kind of turning it around, like analyzing for one day and then using them almost immediately as prescriptions, yeah, for producing form, yeah. And that's another quality I really like.
Can I also add something? I mean, we're thinking about rules, but never about who made these rules and how we check these rules. And I will make two examples. One from your presentation, your yard in Santa Monica, and you showed me, I know you probably because a friend of mine used to say it was concerned about the same problem, but from your photos, your yard was well maintained from my point of view. It was a sort of landscape art maybe, and I like more your yard than the other one.
Yeah.
But the problem was that the person who had to check the level of maintenance was not someone maybe educated on landscape values, can I say that? So I can't come and say this is well maintained, maybe it's not maintained. There is a problem because the person who checked the respect, how you comply with the rules, do not have the same values as the person who made the rule or maybe as the rest of the community. In Turin we had to use example, there was a medieval big part of the city belonged to the Second World War, and as most medieval area, the perimeter was very irregular. And the plan, I can say not the plan, but the code of the city recognized this specificity and set as a rule the fact that the perimeter of the new building should be the same. Okay? And the architect who worked on this plot respect the rules, so the perimeter is regular, but the building, the facade of the building is the same. So not as in the medieval buildings, each part of the building is different, for windows and material and so on. The facade is like an elastic facade, continuous, but the perimeter is so. The rule is respected perfectly. It is regulated from the point of view of the code of the city, but the spirit of the rule is not understood and is not respected. But then it was accepted because I imagine the council offices looking at the rule and looking at the plan that was presented and it perfect. Nobody has written what was the purpose of the rule. So there is a problem of people who check the respect of the rule, and also maybe there are problem of explicitating the goal, the final goal of the rule set.
This is very dangerous. Because this example proves that rules have a role which is limiting evil, not promoting good. You cannot write rules. I mean, it's a technical problem in law. We are having now. You can have. This is one of the most useless debates we have in architecture. It's been maybe 15 years I hear talking of a law about quality of architecture. I am really scared of what it would be, because the definition of quality, while we could, I think all of us agree with that within half an hour what is crime, it would be much more difficult to agree what is virtue. And so, although I don't say that less rules we have, the better, not at all, but I say that there is a technicality in writing rules, which is that these rules should state strictly what you think should be avoided. So it's negative ruling. It's a thing we have discussed many times in master planning, which is a typical problem. Should master plan go to architecture and say, okay, the building should be like this? Well, no, because I don't have the power to do that. So you should state what should not be done, not what should be done, because this is very decorative. I mean, can change, can vary. This is convention. Also say this grassland, I mean, it's a convention between neighbors that says it. It's like the dress code at a party. You say, and the Americans on that are very strict when you go for business, that they say business attire or black tie or white tie, and it's always highly standardized. But, I mean, you cannot write rules that promote virtue. So that rule was well meant, but maybe was overwritten. Simply too much. And sometimes we write rules, especially in Europe, to avoid open discussion about quality.
Yeah, this was a good example. Like in London, for example, there's an institution designed for London. You know this? No. There is a lot of things that are prescribed as a right. Yeah, if you do this, you can build. Yeah. But with a lot of projects which are critical, there is then these kind of guides invited, designed for London, which consists of architects, basically kind of board, a city board, not of bureaucrats, but of architects that say, okay, this rule is maybe is there for some reason, but if this produces this result, we say, hey, wait a minute, let's reconsider, yeah, and let's maybe change it, yeah. So that's one of the rare examples where cities like try to put in like another kind of control mechanism, which is basically using the kind of discretionary moment, yeah, or it's producing some kind of discretion, yeah, or leeway in order to double check, yeah, the result. And that's quite nice. I don't see that that often. Because then, of course, if that what also happened in New York, then we would say, yeah, well, of course, you can make the ceiling height a little higher, but it's totally predictable what you try to do here, Donald, yeah? And we don't want this, yeah? And that hasn't happened. I mean, it's also like, it's a kind of institutional deficiency which we see there. But yeah, I think sometimes there's also like a little bit more of a kind of discretionary evaluation is also necessary. We just lost a huge competition where we were acting as architects, yeah, and the laws of the site were telling us that you have to do a setback at 20 meters, yeah, and we said no, we are the architects. The city cannot tell us to do a stupid setback. We're not doing this. And that was the reason why we died very like a hero, but we died. The more I change sides, like from the kind of innocent, the kind of distant observer to actually trying to be an architect within limitations and constraints, the more I also think that some of these kind of setback rules, which were like, for example, these rules that really we found so beautiful to produce these kind of sheet terrace towers, yeah, are way too deterministic. Yeah, maybe like the world would have been much nicer, or New York would have been much nicer if they wouldn't if they wouldn't have prescribed these kind of wedding cake buildings. And the funny thing is the revision of the 1991 code in New York, where suddenly the Plaza Tower, yeah, the Median Plaza Tower was introduced to New York. Yeah? The revision of this code, or the kind of study of this code, was basically using the Lever House, and the Seagram building as good examples. Yeah? So somehow these are great buildings, but if suddenly they become code and you see 50 of them popping up in Midtown Manhattan, you also get terribly annoyed on Seagram, yeah? And think, hey, come on, yeah? It really said, it really made the code of 96 made the kind of genius act of not filling the whole envelope, yeah, of Seagram, yeah, made the law and produced like so many copies of the very same principle, and it really killed with kindness. So that's also why I think, I think it's very important that these things also change quite a lot of times. The revision cycles in New York are about 40 years, yeah, for when the code gets revised. And I think it's a little bit too long.
Well, it's interesting in your work that it raises the question if we still have the skills and the capability of working with this kind of group, not as architects, but as a city. Because my concern is that I see the planning rules more and more as ineffective and obsolete. Most of it, when you make planning, when you make the first phase of construction of something relatively big, your first 2 months go to overcome stupid planning rules that have been set. But these are never morphological rules. So the morphological rules have been, it's like kind of city making in post-war has been made really top-down in the literal sense. So from the general plan to the local plans, using the same tools.
Yeah.
So I can understand that a clear zoning or some structure at urban level makes sense. Then when you repeat at a smaller scale, you can see in Torino, like in any other cities, that there are places in which you say that okay, the zoning rules about parkings, green space, and you can say, okay, these 105 square meters planted are the standard for green, this one are the standard for parking. Why? Because this zoning has been brought to a scale at which it doesn't make any sense morphologically. You should say that developer can develop 100% of the plot and make an agreement with somebody else in the city to make a big park. And that was lost because we didn't have the skill anymore of making this kind of measurements and qualitative rules. And to my opinion, to re-enter also into the non-plan history, the rules we need now are much more that kind of morphological rules and much less the rules related to density and to functions, which are the two rules that we, for instance, I find absolutely idiot that the rule about shadows, you say. Why should the shadow of a business building harm me less than a residential building? I mean, the 2 hour shadow, if I understood correctly, is related to the residential.
No, the shadow casting building is doesn't matter whether it's housing or
it is if I am residential.
If there's, it shouldn't cast shadow on the residential building.
Okay, but imagine that the city changes and within some years somebody changes and buys a building and this building is no longer profitable part of this business and becomes residential.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a quality. So it is all the function related rules are really weak in conflict of time.
Yeah.
Because the market, the uses evolve. As it can be said that I have a property and then go within over office or something like that.
But what's beautiful about this is that it almost mechanizes a little bit, or it relates the issue of mixing programs to the quality of life. Yeah. It's kind of, which is nice, yeah. So so you can almost, with this rule, as a byproduct, you can almost produce diverse neighborhoods in terms of program, yeah. You could use it like that, and there's examples in Switzerland where they do this, or we also did this once, to actually, like, it's officially, superficially it's about shadow casting, yeah. But you could use it as a tool to mix. Without prescribing zones, yeah? Without saying this block is now housing, this is commercial, but depending on how much shadow is cast, within one building you can have both residential and both live and work conditions. It's kind of nice, because usually they don't do it. They don't want to have they want to have houses which are residential and houses that are commercial. But hybridizing them. So this is a kind of way, this rule is...
Okay, you're playing with this is
subvert it, yeah, exactly. Yeah. But of course, it's not something. It has to, it becomes a technocratic thing, because it's, when is it measured? It's officially the 28th of November, the light condition of the 28th of November.
Wow.
I don't know. It's ridiculous. But that's also so nice, the kind of rationality of these kind of standards. That's the catch.
Some are from the audience. You
coming back to the Trump Tower, because you told that the rules have to be played. So now that Trump played different rules putting together, so the rules of the height will not permit him to build that building, but putting together some rules, he get it. And now that we see how he played, is the city of New York agree? So are other people could afford to do the same thing that as Trump done?
Yeah, right now. Have you been recently to New York?
No.
There's one very slender tower, which is going up in Midtown.
Yes.
It's good.
Don't like. I mean, it's very thin.
It's super thin. I like the kind of the thin,
it's a needle.
It's destroying the whole skyline of New York. I hate it.
But you see, on that we don't agree. We can make a commission and have a debate within peers. Remember that tower, the limit of the United Nations was this, say, good manner convention, or was it ruled?
No, it was a kind of gentleman agreement.
It was a gentleman
Everybody, so he was actually, he was not, you can't say he played with it, so, but he also was not breaking the rules. He was just like, yeah, he was just like, is that somehow his loyal genius, of course, yeah? To manage to like push every one of them, yeah, and the kind of interplay of 5 different ones suddenly allow him to build that time, yeah. And that's something like really like hard to understand for me, that the city is not saying no, yeah, but it was also like helpless because it was not committing a crime or something.
And maybe just because it was Donald Trump, so we could talk.
Maybe, I don't know, yeah, of course, but it wasn't, legally it was not against the rule, yeah? But
I think that's an important point, that legally it wasn't against, and if we are not satisfied with the outcome, the planning authorities are to blame, not on the ground.
Yes,
Who is in his logic only following. So, because you said before that it's cheating, I don't think it's cheating.
No.
Because, of course, we don't like it, but
No, the second example was cheating, the one presenting two.
but you can also blame the bloody gun why they don't talk to one another. Yeah, and that also happened quite a lot of times in Rome. That's a nice point. That they really that existing building, like it was a destruction of so much money, yeah, and where really buildings had to be torn down because of some kind of criminal building. And they don't know anything. They have no mercy. That's also they find out.
I experienced with part of not personally, but working in an architect's office with a house that was built 10 centimeters above the distance allowed by the mainland. So
It had to be torn down.
fortunately,
Yes.
even if it's a waste of energy, money, and everything, but
Well, unless you agree. That's the other owner.
Yeah. But of course, then you would create a precedent, you know? And that would then threaten the collective interest of these people.
unfortunately, only if you agree with building according to rules. If you like the idea of building without rules, then maybe wouldn't agree with it.
But you have to create your own enclave in which you have no rules, like the captain in Chicago, because it's not possible to build without rules.
But I also like what you said here, like, because now it's only circling around sort of ordinances, yeah. But the strongest ones are which we almost automatically comply to without even knowing, yeah. The kind of conventions you were talking about, and I think there's also like, and that has a lot to do then not with. That has, I think, more to do with architecture than with the discipline of architecture, to how we. I mean, of course, there's always someone. It's always easy to blame these kind of official laws, but there's also many of them that we adhere to, which are not like officially stipulated. And I would also like to hear, or maybe to turn the discussion a bit in this direction, that there are these kind of traditions and conventions and all these things that are determining us much more than the kind of 5 stupid rules in the kind of ordinance.
So I was going to try and do that. My only worry is that the jet lag might get the better of me and I might stop making any sense. But we could try this anyway. It's deep breath, concentrate. So one thing that I've been persuaded of in the seminar is the notion that we would ever be designing without any plans, without any rules, and so on. This is a fiction.
Yeah.
This is not possible. So we agree on that, and I think we agree on another thing, and that is that rules actually can be stimulants to tremendous creativity.
Yeah.
The rules are something that we they're constantly playing off. And actually, your talk reminded me of something about the hippies and counterculture, which I study quite a lot in the United States. So in the 60s, the idea was that hell, you need no rules, and just sort of get together and let things happen and freak out and see what happens. And one of the advocates for that was Stuart Brand, who we met briefly in my talk, sitting on top of an inflatable world. But then look what he does. He moves on to doing games, which are rule-based. And if you don't know it, there's also a very interesting book and TV series he did. You can get a TV series on YouTube. It's called How Buildings Learn. And he became very interested in code. And in How Buildings Learn, Stuart Brand says, when I was a young fool, I thought that code was terrible, I thought laws were terrible, regulations were terrible. He says, now I've grown up, and I realise that actually code is very, very interesting and very creative. So that code and rules are creative. And it is through codes and rules that we establish a system through which we can learn. And through which buildings too learn what it is we want from them, and they can adapt and change. Okay then, so then I think the thought that I was trying to form is about two different cultures of rules, which I'm also now wondering about as we sit here talking. So on the one hand, there's this rather kind of depressing idea that we need rules because we need rules in a world where we've got idiots like Trump who do not understand the common culture. And you have to have these rules and these bodies in place because Trump is a prick. And he will play it beyond what is tolerable. But there is another culture of rules which is actually spirited and creative. The idea of a game. A game of chess is only going to be fun if you stick to the rules. And while the other guy is looking, you can take a piece away and still win the game. But if you haven't actually added anything to the game. And it seems to me that the kind of rather deadening rules that we've been talking about are linked horribly to individualism and property. But there are a set of far more creative rules, for example, through games, or rules that are immanent to architecture that are there, in a sense, to encourage creativity. So we're sitting here in this Mannerist building, and it refers to a 2,000 year long tradition of the classical rules of architecture, which never really needed to be written down, because architects kind of got it. And through playing with those rules, you create new styles, new iterations. So the classical architecture becomes a sort of language through which we learn, and it is constantly evolving. Whether it's from the Greeks to the Romans, and then the Romans to the Renaissance to the Mannerism, Baroque, and then onwards through to postmodernism. And this is a very sort of creative rule, and it is evidence as well of a sort of culture. And so one of the things that I'm interested in is getting beyond this idea of plans and rules, and instead acknowledging the possibility instead of understanding, of a common understanding. And a common understanding about architecture should be one where, actually we don't need to be constantly worried about rules, because what we should always be doing in architecture is looking for something excessive, more than is required. And everybody who really loves architecture knows that that is the real game. The real game, and we were talking about this over dinner, is to give the client more than they were expecting. And the real game is, for example, to build a skyscraper in Manhattan that doesn't simply maximize floor plate, but is a gift also to the city.
Yeah, but that's what they try with these plaza bonuses.
Yeah, but that's because it ends up having to be regulated, because there's no kind of understanding about what this game is.
Yeah.
There was an old expression in 19th century American architecture that your house should be a gift to the city. And on the one hand, of course, it is boasting about the resident But nevertheless, it is to be read from the street. The best view is not from in the house where the resident lives. The best view of the house is from outside. It is from the public domain. And that then speaks to a common understanding about what cities are for. They're not maximizing floor plate. And they're not about putting your name on a tower. You know, so in a sense, what Trump is, you know, he pushes the rules, but he offers no give back to the city. It's a detraction from the spirit of New York. And it's that excess that I'm interested in.
This sounds very optimistic. I thought you were not optimistic.
It is.
Design and architecture is a discipline of optimism.
Yeah.
As I was saying to you earlier, I study it as a historian because I'm a pessimist. I want to learn optimism.
Right.
I want to know how optimists think. And very slowly I'm getting persuaded. And what design and architecture is, as well as the design of buildings, is an understanding about the furtherance of life. In fact, we are playing a long, long game in design. If you look at urbanism, you know, the project which has now been going 300 years in Paris to make Paris the most beautiful city in the world, this is a project that cannot be completed by any generation. And certainly each person that adds to the project does so kind of in his name, and usually is a guy, and it's usually a president or a monarch. But the project gets handed off from monarchs to presidents, republicans, and so on. But it's a long game. And it is a game that in the end is understood by the whole world. So that when Paris is attacked, everybody gets it. It is an attack on culture. And that's more than any individual building. It's more than any individual rule. It is an understanding.
Yes, this quality, this long-term commitment to quality, which is interesting because it would mean that as a civic body, you need a kind of a goal, which is interesting. I think that, for instance, if we take the case of Torino, the moment in which Torino decided that it could be beautiful, then it produced good architecture and also very bad architecture. But somehow there was an elevation in the goals of the city shared by the whole community. But the interpretation of what quality is time. So when you have Mitterrand, you have a certain idea of quality, which is the Grand Projet. Before you had what was called Pompidou, and you had the Montparnasse towers, were discussed afterwards. What is relevant in the history of Paris is having this goal of beauty and trying to do the best that you can do at that time. So the finest towers when you develop Montparnasse. And then Delanoë arrives and says, no, civic beauty is about small, tiny gardens in each neighborhood and domestic livability and accessibility and walkability of the city. So the definition might change, but the conversation still goes on. So I think that there is a limit to rules, is that they cannot take the place of a sound civic debate in the meeting. In a community, nobody gives a damn about equality. We can quarrel about equality, but we can find temporary agreements on what is quality. The example of the design commission for London, which is very interesting because it's a kind of peer review.
Yes.
So you have a design, you have designed the rules, and then you have a chapter of compensation in which the rule can be suspended.
But at the same time, you don't want to be the guy who gets told by them, your building is too ugly for us. Yeah, because then suddenly that's the criticism of this group, that they suddenly are working beyond the law. Yes. And it suddenly get so powerful in the decisions. Yeah? And if you are not a friend of Richard Rogers, for example, who was heading it, then you have a hard time to getting your building. So there's also the kind of discretionary review process of these kind of things are also like super difficult. And I just wanted to say that also our criteria of evaluation also changed. If you look at Berlin, there's nothing more beautiful to live in these buildings now, but 150 years ago it was the most horrible place ever to be. So how do you when do you understand the quality of the building? Do you see it now, or do you see when it was created, and when it was created, it was really bad.
Obviously, they take the responsibility of saying it's now.
Yeah, okay.
And then it's up to the historian to try and sort of grade sort of cross-cultural or cross-temporal understanding. It was only when it was, or
But I think that now the Mitzkazer, the old building that the more modern movement try to destroy because now we live maybe we live in a Mitzkazer, but we are occupying more space than 150 years ago. So that's why we change.
Then we can have more cement. But we should not dismiss the task to write good rules. And I think at this moment, in the cities that I know, we don't have good rules. We have rules that were designed in the 60s and 70s to control powerful growth through very simple quantitative parameters. That's mainly. Then we have some relics of the rules of the 30s and some relics of the older rules. For instance, I make you a positive example. We don't have any rule that obliges you to follow the border of the block. Although I think that there is a relative consensus in the European urban design community that the self-standing building, especially if it's not a monumental building or a public building, in the middle of an open space which is privately owned but open to public access, doesn't work. Usually it does not work. We didn't make that conscience into a rule. So while the debate about quantities and private market and speculation in the 50s and 60s led to rule that set limits to density, set limits to the possibility of developing, decided setbacks, limits to aid, which are all quantitative limits. We couldn't turn the debate. We were not so able, or we were too weakly politically engaged, or we couldn't debunk the political decision maker to enter the lessons we learned from urban morphology, the debate of the closed open city, the third generation of blocks and things like that, to bring them back into rules.
Yeah, Berlin tried this in the 90s, with the city Stimmen. Yeah, like in Germany, there is the Baugrenze and the Baulinie. The Baulinie, the building line, means that you have to build along this line.
Yes.
Yeah? So of course you can go over it, you have to re-extinguish it.
Yeah, we have that too, but we don't have enforce it in general. So
Yes, but
I mean, it is within the local plans.
But
so if you're hired as an architect by the developer and you put that rule in your plan, then it becomes rule, of course. But at city level, still, no rule in the relationship between building and road. Although we learned that this is a crucial relationship.
Yes, I know, but it also gets excessive at points. Yeah, like in Berlin, it went like this. The kind of the idea to make a plan of to rebuild Berlin after the unification and a traditional European city. It was so oppressive. Yeah, like so much bad stuff was built because of you have to build like building blocks. Yeah? Everything had to be a 22-meter building block. There was no way because there was this ideal to
That was called.
Koloff, of course, one of them. He was the better one of them, or is. But the Stadtbaumeister, the city builder, really like made this kind of plan, like a black and white plan, a figure ground plan of Berlin, with all blocks. Everywhere was a block. And it was unbearable, yeah? And architects were not able to handle it because it was so like always like squeezed in between neighbors, yeah, and then always kind of building line. It was everybody was relieved when this project was dismissed, yeah. Of course, it's nice. The European, there's no better city in the world than the European city. I agree. But the idea that to make a code and to really like only march in this direction was proven
Well, the
to
quality
be
of
so.
Paris is based on this color.
Yes, yes. But also, I mean, the quality of Berlin also turned like after the war into something else. It was like a city where you can breathe. Yeah. I don't want to defend any bomb that was destroying parts of blocks. Yeah. But there is also quality that many of the blocks are no longer this kind of perfect ideal city of blocks. That is also the particular quality of Berlin. But it went so wrong. I mean, you should really look at the plans. The black and white, the big round plan of them looks amazing. Yeah? But in reality, so much shit came off.
So no rule can avoid shit.
No, I would never. But this is, I have to get to a different project now. I think it's really hard. It's really hard. But I also think that the plan cannot be it cannot be actually planned. I don't believe in this. And I have to say again, to talk about quality and to stipulate quality through code is problematic because we dismiss Trump Tower, but we love Lakeshore Drive again, yeah? And both were yeah. We in Chicago they were lucky that it was Mies who was the architect. But it's pure luck. And then you have a guy who offers something to, yeah? Oh, sorry.
And publicity, I would say, not only that, it's
What else?
publicity.
Publicity. Why?
To change the game. It's not that, I think from an abstract point of view, the Lakeshore Drive buildings are not better than the Trump Tower.
This is
No,
I kind of agree.
From an abstract point of view. I'm not talking about details or anything.
Yeah.
They both broke sort of the rules.
Yeah.
So
I don't know, because, for me to be moved by architecture, something must be going on. Because most things are like, it's historic and everything's relative. And I remember making the walk over to Lakeshore Drive, and it was a long walk, and it was a rainy evening. And I remember coming around the corner and seeing those buildings. And I thought they were heartbreaking. And there was a quality. It's like architecture does actually exist, and that's architecture. It's not just building; it's architecture.
I agree. We both share a professional taste. And I'm not sure if the ordinary person, exists, is touched by architectural details.
I understand, and then that I think is, I'm not a populist either. So what am I?
I'm not so pessimistic as you are. For instance, if you follow the debate about the towers in Torino, which was hard debate, a lot debate, we should not build taller than Antonelli, which is absolutely stupid because Antonelli was fucking up all the rules. So you say, no, now the guy fucked up all the rules, becomes the rules for the other building. But then, as soon as it was made, I had debates with all my friends, which are educated, even with engineers or something. Come on, you cannot say anything before it is done, or do not immediate judgment and say. And then when it is done, suddenly public opinion shifts and starts to queue up to visit the gorgeous view from the top of Renzo Piano skyscraper. So we should also have the idea that we are very democratic. I have quarter of novelists after 20 years of participative planning for saying that. But sometimes you must take time and say, okay, wait. Because it's like the vaccination debate. So people saying on the web, oh, we should not vaccinate yourself. No, you have to. It's compulsory. Point. That's evidence. In that case, we could say that the sound idea of making a tower near to the main station, which is good in terms of planning, which is good in terms of development, which is good also in the scenic scene of the project, then you can decide that developing project is stupid, of course, we can always debate. And the quality is not that bad. It's a bit too small, because if it had been higher, it would be more slender, more elegant. That is what I should say. But what impressed me is the fact that at dinners, 80% of my friends were against, and most of them now, they don't give a damn about that, or they like it. So it is, I don't want to see the avant-gardists saying, okay, against the public, against the good people, they don't know anything. Absolutely not. I think that public opinion is also something you can take some time and see. If you're convinced that this is a good project, if there is good peer reviewing about this project, and nobody can say that this is a bad project. It's not a stupid tower. It's relatively good. It's not brilliant, but it's not bad. You can. I mean, you should stand public opinion for a certain time, and then people will experience the quality of the details of Mix or the quality of the details of Renzipiano, and it enters slowly into the conversation, like the Mole did. Antonelli was a master in. You should visit all the buildings in Antonelli, because it was playing with the codes and delivering brilliant architecture each and every time. In fact, it was buying all the plots systematically.
That's also what
It was buying the plots. It could not be developed by the others who were sticking to the rules. And bought them for nothing, and then proved that it was more brilliant than the others. It's been around.
So I do think that there is, okay, whatever the public is, I'm not sure, but I do think if there was a public, it can be pretty easily educated to distinguish between things into which somebody has poured care and things which are the product of indifference. So you don't necessarily have to attain the connoisseurship to understand all the sort of the symbolic and material details of a medium writing. But I think it is possible to tell people, yeah, but look, this guy cared about architecture, and you know, whereas the Trump time, there's no caring there. And all the respect for what it is to be a human, or all the respect for what it is to build a city, is absent. I think people can be pretty quickly educated to respect the difference. Trump Tower is absolutely fascinating to me with one side of my brain. As an example of the production space, now I've been introduced to it, it's fantastic. I will use it in lectures. But will I use it now as an example of good architecture? No, I'll use it as an example of the production space, and I will continue to use Lakeshore Drive as an example of architecture, and I can guarantee my students will get the difference.
But there's also a middle ground on that. Like, if we stay in New York, like, the whole Midtown Manhattan is a kind of speculative project. Yeah? So there's so many buildings where there's so little care. Yeah? But as a collective figure, as a collective form of, like, it's an impressive thing, right?
Right, that's true.
And there's so many shitty buildings, but in the totality of buildings, it's amazing, isn't it?
Yes, it remains an impressive totality.
Each single one is bad, yeah? Almost everyone, yeah? Except for 2 or 3.
By the way, I'm becoming less and less enamored with Manhattan. That I mean, this is like one of the things I keep saying, you know, that it's becoming a theme park for 1%. I'm out, I'm done. Sure. It's just that, oh yeah, look, another exquisite residential tower for very rich people. And in that, something is changing in people. I still love it, but not as much as I used to.
One thing I'd like to add is to this audience of young architects and urban designers, that I've never seen in my career a moment in which rules are so weak, so which legitimacy is relative. So it's really a moment in which you can have the impression that you can change. In this very moment, the change occurs this way. The cities are so, except for playgrounds for the millionaires like London and London core or Manhattan, most of the cities after 2008 crisis have relatively low real estate values, and relatively, I'm saying, and so not the core areas, not everywhere, but you have a lot. There is an exceeding offer of space, at least in Europe and the States. So it is interesting because there is a great. This makes the cities very interested in experiments because they need development, so they are kind of relaxing the rule without changing that. You can have conversation that would have been considered indecent only 5 years ago and now are possible. So this is a good moment for experiments. The second point which we owe to the crisis is that it can make us be more relaxed about the goal of developing 100% of the building potential of any plot. So it can let you, because you have on one side the rules of the city, on the other side as a practitioner you have the rules of the market. And these rules of the market, the rule number one is you're my architect. If I'm allowed 100 per square meter, you can make me 101, you're my architect. If you make 99, I don't want to hire you, you're not good. This is also something that is slightly changing, and this is a great chance because it's a moment of freedom, and we are entering a phase that we do not know, which we do not know how it will end. It might be, they don't see any economic driver that could say, or demographic driver that could say that we'll go back to the peak of 2008 in land prices and building values, so it will come down. And this gives a huge power to users, to the people who really bring functions and life. And going back to Simon's presentation, this means that these techniques and games and tricks that were forged in the experiments of the 60s and 70s might be useful. I mean, I make an example. You show the pictures of the Architettura redesigning the infrastructure of California with kind of tents. But in the last years, since a lot of the movement in Milano, this happened. Because under the highway, they built temporary campuses with tents and stuff like that. This is because you can accept a substandard situation to lower down prices, which wouldn't have made that much sense before the crisis. So this is a great chance of transforming, and maybe that this conversation, if we all work at this transformation that is made possible by the debunking of some economic boundaries of city making or economic. What Barnham had in common with Trump is that both were convinced that they should develop the most possible quantity on the spot through the technique, through laws, and through economy, and for architecture. If we have the same conversation within 10 years and all of us have been working, we could discuss a completely different set of rules of city making that are born from a season in which not all the factors are aligned as they have been in post-war in the last 50 years. This is a very favorable moment for experiment.
Yeah, there's also, I totally agree and I share this very much, but there's also one instance, one problem. If the economic pressure is not forcing the investor or the builder to the limit, the city also loses a lot of control. If the building stays comfortably within the kind of limits, then there's no need to have a conversation on a city level. There's no friction, right? And that evolved in this kind of famous process of filling station problem in many places in the United States. There was no pressure, so they didn't went to fill the whole envelope. What they did is they built gas stations.
This is
And suddenly, so the city was up here, yeah, let's discuss this limit, and the developer said, no, I built only until here. so
That's like a parking lot.
yeah, exactly. The parking lots also, like, there's also these kind of things where you suddenly, and then you lower your standards, and suddenly there's pressure again, so it's always a kind of, like, what's interesting about it is there's a kind of, it's responsive, yeah?
But there is a third actor in the story. For the first time after post-war, now the user is more important than the developer. Because there are many developers who have square meters without clients. So it is interesting the fact that people who can use spaces in any possible way have a huge power at this moment. And they can negotiate, and they can lead to experiments if architects are able enough to create these experiments, of course. If you otherwise stick to the lowering the bar because we need to have some kind of development. And it is of course dangerous, as you were saying. I mean, it's the first time in European real estate market, except Central Paris, London, the core of Amsterdam, some parts of Berlin, some parts of Frankfurt, part of Munich, some parts of Milan, some parts of Rome, in which basically you don't have development pressure on the plants. So huge experiments can be carried out.
Yeah, you really you feel that when you talk to the building department of these cities, like they really want to negotiate with you, yeah, because they want development, yeah. So they also allow, yeah. They also like they in Germany say you pro and then yeah, and they allow for this, yeah. So okay, I didn't see this, but as long as you build something here,
please do pay some taxes.
Yes. And it's very nice, yeah. But then there's also cities like Chicago after the crisis who completely closed down the planning department. Yeah, they are only permit processing. Yeah, so there's no urban designers or urbanists working in these departments anymore. There's only bureaucrats. Yeah, it's really true. Yeah. So Mayor Lindsay, like, with his urban design group in New York, yeah, back then, was also very positive. Like design for London. Yeah, he hired architects to consult him. Yeah, with his urban design group. It also went wrong again because they designed weird buildings. But still, like, many of the building departments or planning departments, yeah, are like bureaucratic institutions, and not like, I don't know who of you wants to go to the city after finishing your studies. Does anybody have plans to go to the city and work as a kind of city planner in the city? No one?
Well, this has to do very much with the decadence of state bureaucracy, this is a very good point. Tell much about quality, and it's the same in healthcare. Apart from education in university, that have a kind of self-production of, let's say, quality bureaucracy, decision makers. The rest is awful, and the main difference between the 50s, the post-war reconstruction, and now is that in post-war reconstruction, who is producing social housing is Adalberto Libera. He's heading the housing office of the state, and he hires directly the architects. Okay, you can say he's been hired in France. Wow, all the best architects and the first projects of Politecnico. Everybody was hired by Libera on a personal basis. Okay, we couldn't do that anymore, but why was Adalberto Libera working in that position? He was the best of his generation. Yeah. Fritz Schumacher was the best of his bunch.
Geo Fischer.
Hafner was the best of his bunch. So you don't go back to the idea that quality is based also on personal decision. And that if you want to have a Torino Ernst May, you should make a public competition and have somebody in charge with real powers and a real salary. That's what you need. That was what Keynes was doing. That was Roosevelt was doing during the New Deal. I mean, this cannot be overcome, and must be clearly understood. For instance, if you look at what has been done for the directions of the museums in Italy, how it has been change it, and we're starting to see effects. It is amazing. We passed from a bureaucratic attitude to an open competition, and a German from Berlin is now leading the FITSI. It was an international open competition. Completely changes the landscape. I mean, that can be done.
Yeah, the same happened in Holland, like all the Dutch, the super Dutch, the orange, in the early 2000s. Like, with their kind of program of public housing, and only hiring young architects such as MBRDB, Deutschland, and all these guys, it was not that except that in that time there were better Dutch architects than there are now, or than there were before, But there was someone in the government, who said, okay, no, let's hire, who cared, let's hire these young architects. And that produced the whole like Dutch school. And it was I think that's the biggest problem, that there's nobody who cares, on the side of the city, but it's also easy for us to blame others, to blame the other side.
No, it's a matter of state, and it doesn't regard only architecture. It's a general decadence of the quality of the state machine.
Yes, that's good.
This is a general.
But also, if nobody here wants to go to work at the planning department, like, how can you ever change it?
No, you can change the question and say, who of you would go to the planning department if it was hired on the basis of 6-year contract with a salary of 150,000 euros and being head of the planning department? The problem why you don't enter bureaucracy is that you can only enter from backwards, so you enter and you have to climb down. And as soon as you get the power, you're completely lobotomized. You've been surviving for 20 years, the planning department obeying if you're lobotomized. But if they say, reticent question, would you be director of the planning of that salary which corresponds to the current salary of the head, which is not overpaying, it's what she gets or he gets, and she. So, anybody, who would go? Who would then go and say,
or also, would you mind to go to the town planning department if the town planning department is working good? If the head of the town planning department is a good architect, so I'm going to work with him. I'm going to learn from him. I'm going to.
Yes, but we're going him.
Yes, that's the problem.
And of course, you join.
So it's not also the thing. It's the fact that I think that nowadays the planning department in our city, because there are not very important architects inside, they are not important. From the cultural point of view, they are not making innovation in architecture. They must do innovation in architecture because they could have the power, but they are not doing it.
They are
So,
just checking the rules.
Yes, permit process. Just like
Well, that's partly true, I would say. I mean, we have a very good planning department. Their role is not really with architecture. But for instance, they're very open to their risk takers, which in Italy is quite rare. I mean, we have a team of risk takers. They're not afraid of going in front of the law, or having changed the rule for specific projects, which is always borderline. But if you try and make a Turin in only Milan, work in Milan is completely different. It's a jungle. And they are not bright, which is also very happy for the city ecology. The rule maker should be very honest. Otherwise, it's.
But it could also easily go wrong. Like if you look at Robert Moses in New York, he was also not always the nicest guy, but he poured more concrete than anybody else in the continent ever. And he was also he built New York over 4 decades.
And these spots are good parts of it.
Yes, also, But this is a very strong figure, and I also don't know whether you want someone like this.
It's interesting, he's another figure that's being, the file is being reopened on Robert Moses. It used to be, after Jane Jacobs, the standard thing on Robert Moses was, sort of a criminal.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that there's a lot of thoughtful scholarship going around this again now. I think it speaks again to our own movement. It's again about this problem that we're discussing. Why you got somebody in there?
Okay, good. If there is no question in the BBA or in the grants, doesn't look like we can thank Simon and Alessandro for joining us in this discussion and offering this very interesting knowledge they shared with us.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Lucia and Kate.
So, shall I? Please. All right. Thank you very much, Matteo, Lucia, and Michele for inviting me here. It's nice we had like a lot of discussions already, and it's quite nice to have to be succeeding after Simon's talk and also after the categorization of all the kind of framing of the question of rules and urban design and architecture by Matteo. So I also don't have to say a lot more about rules, but I of course will. So I'm particularly glad because somehow like the last slides of Simon, yeah, where you said like one of the successful or the qualities of non-planned work that it made architects uncomfortable, yeah, or put them outside their comfort zone. And I'm pretty sure I mean I'm fiddling around with these rules now for also 15 years, and also my attitude towards them changed, also due to the fact that I'm also getting older. Yeah, I started with these rules almost in adolescent age. So there's the saying: if you are a communist with 20, yeah, if you're not a communist with 20, you have no heart, and if you are a communist with 40, you are an idiot. Yeah. I don't know who said this, but I kind of, it also goes, that's why I'm getting less sympathetic with some colleagues and more with others. But when I started, I was quite sympathetic with the idea that rules offer an alternative to the plan. And also, I think, like, if non-plan wouldn't have happened, if it wasn't transported into the contemporary through your book, I might have not written this book, or this work, because it really made me so uncomfortable. So I hated this book, I have to say. And I hated the non-planners. Because on the one hand, I really like, I'm a big fan, and I'm so fascinated by the kind of optimistic naivety of these guys, yeah, like that. And I think this is one of the most important things in architecture. And I think it was definitely an Italian architect, but I don't know whether it was Grigotti or not. But Grigotti was saying that as an architect you have to be like totally naive and a kind of are a naive optimist, yeah, in order to at all get up in the morning and try to do something, yeah. If you are not, yeah, if you don't like have this kind of optimistic attitude towards creation and also the kind of naive belief that you can change something in the world as an architect, you should not practice architecture, or you cannot practice architecture. So I think I really love this kind of of this group, also like at this age, still young group of young guys who have come up with this non-plan idea. But when I read it, I was so fascinated by it. But I also felt also like as a practitioner, and that's what I have to say. I'm not an unbiased theorist or academic. I'm like my academic work is always really influenced, or at least 100% motivated by my practical work. So I was really left alone by your book and by these hippies, yeah, for any kind of answer of what should I do? Yeah? Like I'm an architect, I'm interested in the city, and I would like to change, or I would like to work in the domain of this bigger scale. but it also like gave me no, like this whole experimental setup, yeah, of these kind of deregulated zones didn't really give me any kind of idea of how to design, yeah. So so then I thought, okay, if there's a limited amount of control, which I like, yeah, or kind of almost like kind of giving up of control, like how can you adjust that? And then I thought, okay, I don't look at these kind of avant-garde techniques, but I look at the complete opposite. I look at city bureaucrats, yeah? I look at administrations. So because they suffer or they have the same problem, the city, by definition, has a limited amount of control. It has to control its own domain. Yeah. So the city is made out of private property, and the city has only like limited access to this private property. So I thought, okay, if I want to talk about adjustment of control, I have to look at how the city does it with their naturally limited perspective of control. So then I discovered these kind of rules. But I also have to say, and this event today is called Rules and Freedom. I don't think this rules, this and means like versus freedom. Like I'm deeply convinced that rules enable freedom by adjusting control. And so rules sound very deterministic, especially if you're adolescent. Yes, everybody was, or still is. You think like rules are kind of limiting yourself and confining yourself, but I think the best ones I want to talk about today are the ones that enable certain freedoms by adjusting control. And freedom is a difficult word, I guess. Maybe just for the title, it's a little pretentious, I think, to call it grand urban rules. I had a long fight with myself. The publisher found it great. It was pushing sales, he said. But of course, like not very many things are really great. Yeah, the grand, like there's Grandma, there is Grand Canyon, but there's not really grand rules. Yeah, it's like they always have a kind of two-sidedness. Yeah, on the one hand they are great, and on the other hand they are also like really the worst things you can imagine. And but then there was help by. They also came help or kind of nice propaganda by Chumi in '76, who said architects really like rules. Yeah, they like to be it's a kind of fetish of architects. They feel like at home when they are confined. Yeah, when they work in certain constraints, they develop their truest, their biggest potential. Yeah, if they work in complete freedom. There's the question, what else can we do? Yeah, so there needs to be some kind of friction and tension by constraints, and I think that's quite nice. Although I just put this slide in because this is something that we haven't talked today about yet. This kind of fetish of being determined or being confined, and thereby there's a certain, also like a certain production of locality and a position in the field by this constraint. But the biggest problem for me is really the kind of mediation between freedom and coercion, or control and laissez-faire. And I also consulted Hayek, not because I want to discuss his economic theories, but he gave me some kind of inspiration of what freedom might be and how it could be instrumental and how we can work with it. And so no matter how his theories are used and the kind of whole ideology behind it, but he made a simple equation by saying freedom is the absence of coercion. And that is important because whenever you try to define freedom as something positive, or positively define freedom, freedom is this and this, you don't succeed. You at best produce some kind of freedom of choice, but not something that is really completely in the hands of yourself. So there is freedom of coercion is really something that you can only define freedom negatively by saying what amount of coercion is involved in in this kind of in a certain context. So, and the coercion is taken over by the rules. So if I define rules, then I can also allow myself to leave certain freedoms, so really like untouched territory. And this is something which I think is a nice way to almost to instrumentalize the idea of rules as a way to adjust control and thereby also to achieve certain goals while at the same time leave certain things also like untouched and not really like taken care of. So it started all out as a kind of so as an architect, I was really like asking myself, okay, what is the instruments to adjust control? And it is rules. It's much more rules than it is plans. Yeah? Plans are in most of the cases 100% control instrument. And the little brother of plans is, of course, zones and zoning. So I lived for quite a while in Chicago, and many of the examples I'm going to talk about today are going to be North American, not because I think it's the best rules that were there, but that were invented or implemented there. But I think there's no place in the world where the qualities and also the deficiencies of certain rule sets crystallize so clearly as in the North American city context. Like Chicago was one of the cities that embraced rules in forms of city ordinances and zoning quite quickly. So it was really like a kind of good people in city planning. But at the same time, Chicago also had these figures. Chicago is known for its planning, but it's also known for being the city of the big shoulders. You know the Sandberg poem, which basically describes Chicago. It's kind of stock markets and like at the turn of the last century, and describing its people or describing the city as the one of the big shoulders. And I discovered a couple of broad big shoulders here. And there's also Daniel Burnham in the middle, the urbanist, and there's also the architect, Mies, of course. So there is the planner, but at the same time there's also the mayor, who really was getting famous for his kind of ad hoc initiatives, and also for his almost like half legal or half criminal actions. There is the water engineer, who you might know the story. Chicago changed the direction of its river. Yeah, you know this? It's amazing. It's the best story ever. So Chicago is taking its water out of Lake Michigan. Yeah. At the same time, the Chicago River is draining all the pollution from the city into the lake. So what do you do? Yeah. Either you avoid the pollution, or as the water engineer figured out, we just turn around the direction of the river, that the river does not flow into the lake anymore, but into the Mississippi by building a channel. Yeah? So it's also renowned for its huge amount of pragmatism, which is not based on some kind of sustainable, like long-term vision, but also for its kind of ad hoc, immediate reflex to change things in a kind of short-term reflex. So I think, of course, there's also real gangsters, but basically, all the guys during my time in Chicago, I figured out that all these guys are also kind of gangsters. So they were kind of busy within some kind of rule set to also subvert the city with their actions monumentally, and by kind of on the one hand ignoring the kind of collective rules the city sets, at the same time, or sometimes more steadily finding loopholes in these.
So who's the captain?
The captain? Oh, that is Streeter. You know Streeter? Streeter built where now John Hancock Tower is. There was a guy coming on shore. He wanted to go south on Lake Michigan, and he just got stuck on the shore. That's Streeter. That's the captain. And he couldn't go any further, and then he sat there and said, oh shit, what do I do? and my boat is stuck. So basically, he asked construction companies to put all the kind of construction, not use construction material around his boat, and thereby founded the independent state of Lake Michigan. Yeah? So it became like an enclave, because it was on the water, and the water was not owned by the city. Yeah? The water was federal lands. So he claimed this to be a new land, like federal lands, and the city had no control over his land. And by now, it's like the most, like, the really kind of an inner city site, which is where John Hancock Tower is like, so it's one of the most contested sites in Chicago. But for over 20 years, he was claiming that it's his land. He was also defending his land with actual, like, kind of brutal ways. Yeah. So he also, like, he did not even adhere to the city's rules, but he just put himself outside the city, but still completely within the city. So there's all these stories, but at the same time, of course, Chicago is very famous for its zoning plans. And they always, like, there's a huge department which takes care of the zoning for over 100 years, and of course, there's a lot to be learned. We also try to approach this zoning, because I find it also a very bold statement to draw zones on existing land, especially when it comes to the borders of these zones. We made some research project where we went out with students and really literally drew the borders of these zones with tape, onto the ground of the city. And what's amazing is this is the most spectacular example. So this is the official end of the city of Chicago. Yeah. So what you see here is two very important contexts. So this is in town, and this is out of town. Yeah. But you don't see any difference. So there is really, like, it's on the one hand, it's a very powerful tool, but in many cases it's also, like, completely redundant. Yeah. So there's cornfields on both sides, and it doesn't matter whether this line is here or not. It's just a kind of administrative line. On the other hand, if you look at, for example, Houston, Houston has a very simplistic zoning ordinance, and it is basically divided. It's basically, or the zoning is basically two-sided. It's within the highway loop and outside the highway loop. So everything within the loop is considered urban, and everything outside the loop is considered suburban. So seeing this, and following the debate in the United States, which went over for 30, 40 years about where does the suburban start and the urban end, it's kind of like it's almost super direct. And the only standards that basically they change is the open space ratio. So if you have a plot inside the loop, it has to be half the amount of open space provided on the lot than outside the loop. So I think it's a very, that's very beautiful too, like how digital these zones sometimes work, but also like how brutally they define different kind of territories. So one big motivation for me was, of course, also to look at plans. The idea for me was to look at these rules as instruments to also debunk the very idea of the big plan. And the more plans I looked at, the more I found out that the bigger the plan, then the bigger the potential that this plan also fails. So, of course, I look back to Daniel Bergman's plan of 1909, and it has to be considered a huge failure by looking at it at what it actually achieved in the city. And the reason was, so this is big plan Bergman's quote: "Make no little plans; they have no magic to steer man's blood, and probably will themselves not be realized. Make big plans, aim high in hope and work, remembering that the noble logical diagrams that were once recorded will not die." So, what happened? So this was his plan, very beautifully. It was a huge document, huge plans and renderings being produced. So, but if you superimpose his idea of his alleys and kind of Paris along Lake Michigan, you suddenly understand that what this plan was successful in was these sites which were owned publicly, which were in public ownership. And anything else was not really successfully implemented. At the same time, I think in order to do justice to this plan was of course a huge instrument of communication. Yeah, it was the plan that for the first time brought the public of Chicago on the same table with the real estate board, with the city officials, and there was a long ongoing discussion. But the actual implementation was rather little. And a very funny example is that here is Berlin's civic plaza. At the same time, it was imagined as a very public space. And at the very same spot today, you have probably the most public spot as well, the highway interchange of Chicago. It's completely different, but I think in terms of public use, it's even exceeding the ambitions of Daniel Burnham by far. But of course, it completely failed in its kind of public space quality. So, seeing that all these plans failed, I thought, okay, I felt that there's a certain power of rules that I want to become the rules guy that I finally ended up being, and ever since this is haunting me. So, in this book, I put 115 rules. And now I would like to tell you a little bit about the motivations why I find certain rules more intriguing than others. And this is a very it's a kind of personal experience I have. Before I studied architecture, I studied law. Yeah, but only for 2 weeks. Yeah. I went until we had this seminar. I guess you have a similar sign in Italy as well, which says if the road is wet, yeah, you have to lower your speed to 80 kilometers per hour. So, but then, it was a road seminar, and we discussed for 4 hours this sign. And the question was, when is the road wet? And this is the hardest thing to answer. You know? So is the road wet when the tarmac and when the asphalt turns dark? Is the road wet when you have to turn on your lights? Or is the road wet when there's a continuous film of water on the street? Anybody know? You can really discuss this for 4 hours. And I couldn't bear, I couldn't stand this discussion. The kind of the amount of discretion that this simple sign force onto you, So you have to suddenly, you cannot just comply to this, but you have to make a decision when to comply to this. There's a huge amount of discretion involved in that, So there's it can be stretched, and I think there's a lot of lawsuits, when accidents happen and people say, no, it wasn't wet, and the other said, oh, it was wet. So I stopped studying law immediately, and I turned to something I thought is much more controlled. In fact, it is not. I turned to architecture. But today, or when I worked on this project or when I started, I thought, okay, no, the stuff I hated so much in this kind of law discussion, I actually like so much as an instrument in urban design, where it's not a plan, where it doesn't say you have to do this or that, but it allows for some kind of discretionary activity, which requires your participation. You have to decide yourself. You have to make a decision when to go to. And that allows for something which, funny enough, English or the Americans don't have a translation for. it's a very beautiful word in German. It's called Spielraum. Yeah. So there is some leeway, yeah, in decision making, which is basically the biggest motivation to take part in a certain process yourself, because it requires your own personal decision. So Spielraum is a very beautiful word, and I try my best to introduce it to the American language, to English. So the other thing is again, it has to do with the sign. I was driving around Arkansas, and I saw this sign, and I thought, okay, well, it depends on how well you formulate a rule. It can be quite successful in triggering certain actions. Yeah? Even if it produces the exact opposite. Yeah? You see this sign? And you see the bullet holes? It's quite beautiful. Yeah? So it was completely the opposite than what happened, but it at least triggered people to do something. Yeah? So we shot at this sign. Then there is and then of course I followed the whole debate on suburbanization in the United States, and I thought, I mean, there's so much codes at work that will never, if they are not changed, the suburban problem will never be solved. Basically, I show here 12 rules that basically put so much inertia in the single-family house typology that there's no way to densify anything at all. But what's beautiful about it is that there is suddenly, it turns from a kind of autonomous plot project towards a neighborhood project, because many of the rules don't only look at the one single privately owned flats, but basically also include the neighborhood. So what's nice about it is that there is these rules force some kind of collective or produce a collective, in many cases a neighborhood. And there's also one personal experience I want to tell you, which is also quite indicative. This was when we were living in Los Angeles. It's in Santa Monica. We had this house, and this was part of our front yard. It was quite beautiful. We were quite young and didn't think of maintaining our yard until, and this was our neighbor's yard. Yeah, you see the difference. So we didn't care too much for our neighborhood. We have to admit, as little as we cared for our front yard until this very day. So at one point, this police car was standing in front of our door, and the next minute, this guy was standing in our door, and we were really scared. And he was saying that within 2 weeks we have to maintain our front yard. We have to mow the lawn. It's really, and we said, no way, we don't do it. No, but then you get fined and so on. Yeah, then you get you could get a lawsuit, and we were asking who complained, and it was our neighbor. Because he claimed that we, with our poisonous weeds, we are destroying and poisoning his chemical green. Yeah? And he had the right to call police and make us mow our lawn on our piece of property. So in the end, what was interesting is we did this. We all even got the lawnmower from our neighbor, and finally we even became friends. Yeah. So it was a harsh thing, but it suddenly produced something that some kind of cohesion between us and our neighbors. So it was a kind of happy end. And if you look at so the kind of lawn is one example of that, but the most contested element in suburbia is the hedge. Yeah? Because if you think of a hedge, the hedge has at least 4 different heights. It has the height of the neighbor wants it to be. Then it has the height that the municipality prescribes because of some kind of view issues. Then there's the kind of ideal plant growth, and then there's the ideal, the desired height by the owner. Yeah, And these 4 different heights actually produce one of the biggest types of neighborhood fights in the United States, and probably not only in the United States. So if the municipality now comes and says, okay, the hedge can be this high, yeah, somebody produces also some, and it's a kind of peacemaker, yeah, because then everybody can say, okay, it was not, I can't decide and you can't decide, someone else has to decide on it, yeah. So there's also some kind of quality which can be discussed, but it has a certain level of balancing and of 2 different kinds of individual interests. But of course, it's kind of difficult to set this height, yeah? And one of the most important and difficult things in urban design is, of course, to define public interests. It's so easy to say what individual interests are, but the biggest problem in urban design is always to say what the collective wants, yeah? To define public interests. And that's the biggest and the master task of anybody who is invested in urban design. So what is it? What can a public interest be? Whether it's a kind of derivation of individual interests, or a kind of collection or aggregation of individual interests, or it comes from somewhere else. So there I want to make a little bit of an example of kind of planning or design example. We were designing this parcel in Holland long ago, and it was some kind of experiment with a group we had in Zurich. We were thinking, the experiment was, can we design a plan, like a settlement, a subdivision plan, by just the desires or the individual interests by its occupants. So this has nothing to do with, it is done with a computer, but I have to say a little disclaimer, this has nothing to do with an interest in parametric design. Yeah? There's rules involved in there, and there's certain conditions and causalities in there, but it's only for the sake of the experiment. So there was a group which I was affiliated with who was able to design this. So what we put into this program was the amount of residents you see here. Yeah, everybody has their home, and it's spreading evenly. There's even a church. And there's individual desires, which is indicated by the colors. You could choose which neighbor you want to live with. You can choose whether you want to live close to somewhere, to some border, to some lake, to whatever. And here is actually a very big plot which you can move around. Yeah, you see, there's not yet a plot, but there's certain adhesions and also trying to get away from others. Everybody's shivering a little bit because there's a lot of uncertainty. But there's also belief. Yeah? So there's people who want to live next to the church. Yeah? And there's a nice clock.
I assume we'll go in the church.
Yeah, yeah. But the people are following the church, which is kind of which is a nice side story. Yeah? Kind of simple. So, but if one sheep, yeah, leaves the church, wants to follow but also can't. Ridiculous. So it goes on. After putting in all these kind of desires of these neighbors, suddenly you materialize some kind of quasi-plan. Then you normalize it. There's still people who are kind of unhappy, like the guys who shifter more than others. You can still move a little. And now, I won't go wrong. You can also, and now comes the clue. When it comes to infrastructure, you can put in some streets. And then the rest of the streets. And basically, this was the most difficult rule to implement, that every plot programmatically implemented, that every plot gets accessed by a street, and then the kind of street length is normalized, and also you have your perfect subdivision with most of the people having their desires fulfilled, except for a couple of guys who still shiver. But what is really interesting about this experiment is the order of procedures. You might have realized that infrastructure comes at the very end of the process, which is really something that is the hardest thing to do. Yeah. No matter how simple this example is, but infrastructure is usually set as the first thing. Yeah. And then comes like filling up with individual properties and subdivisions. But the streets are always laid out at first. Yeah, and I think this is kind of changing the whole hierarchy of city elements. Yeah, or it's trying to change it. So infrastructure is built first as the most robust urban element, and then comes the plots, and then comes the buildings. So we try to really turn around that kind of hierarchy, because I think the argument was or is that with this, I think, or with this, modern city planning actually started. Yeah, that at one point cities were not just extending themselves or aggregating buildings, and then infrastructure came or was naturally formed, but in the last century, all the urban plans were produced by laying out infrastructure first. You see here, Reichsstraße in Berlin, or like in 1907, or Orange County in California in 2003. The procedure is always the same. Infrastructure is put in as some kind of autonomous element, and not as a kind of result of individual interests and private endeavor within the city. And that, I think, is kind of the idea was to kind of challenge that kind of rule that infrastructure has always come first. But it sounds easy, but it's actually the hardest thing to do. So we built this project, but of course the problem was that it's not a kind of Baugenossenschaft where the owners are fixed, but it's also speculative development. So you weren't able to know what the actual desires of the prospective owners or occupants are in the end. So it was a nice sponsored project, but it was also clear that it's some kind of propaganda tool of the developer. Yeah, claiming that you would fulfill individual wishes, but of course you have to define it before you sell the first house. So, but it allowed us to play around with subverting the order of urban development. And you can, of course, use these kind of rule sets as design tools. I won't go into these. But it also became clear to us, and that also refers to your one chapter for gaming. I agree that, I think urban design is not a game, but I think like in terms of using rules as an enabler of certain behavior and also enabler of certain participation is kind of fruitful and is a nice quality of these tools. So the slogan is, of course, plans need to be drawn, rules have to be played. How powerful single rules are is very indicative in this example. This is the Mississippi River. And it's not only building ordinances, it's also issues of taxation. So the Mississippi River is taxed in terms of, the plots are taxed in terms of how much length of the river they use. Yeah? Because of agricultural means and agricultural issues and also farming things. So the idea is also, you pay property tax for meters of Mississippi River. So you want to make sure that the length of Mississippi River is very short. Yeah. So and the result is this beautiful map close to Baton Rouge. where the plots are really like only these wedges, yeah? They only have, they make sure they only have very little Mississippi, yeah? And thereby extend quite long into the distance, because proportion doesn't matter so much, and this doesn't cost anything, like how far you go, but the amount of meters of Mississippi count and are taxed. And this is like one of my favorite examples of how like a whole region can be transformed or is formed by one single rule, however dumb and stupid it is. And some even claim that the famous shotgun house was invented on these plots. So it also has a clear morphological and physical appearance, producing these kind of proportions. It's like freedom is, or like letting loose is one of the hardest things to do, because sometimes freedom also produces the opposite of desired qualities, but produces even more coercion. I guess you know the story of Garrett Hardin, the tragedy of the commons. No? It's a very nice and very impressive relationship. So everybody knows what a commons is, yeah? Like there was the commons in these villages in Germany. It was basically a pasture where you put your cows on, yeah? So all the farmers of this village are putting their cows onto this kind of meadow to feed them. And you think the world is great, so do the farmers. The farmers buy one cow after the other because they own the cow. Yeah. So the positive effects of owning a cow are individual, but the kind of problem of the cows eating all the grass, that's shared by all of them. Yeah, by all of the farmers. So at one point, there's a kind of tragedy happening because there's a kind of over-exploitation of this commons. Because every farmer, as he's a kind of economically thinking person, understands that I get more cows onto the land, I get all the cows back, but the resources are shared by all. And this is so in the end, the idea or the concept of the commons doesn't work at all, and produces even a negative effect that the whole village sometimes suffers. So there was, it only worked again, yeah, with introducing one rule which said you can only have as many cows as you're able to keep during the winter, yeah. So there was a kind of limitation imposed, which then actually saved the commons. So it was not a kind of it was not a place where you can do whatever you want, but there was actually a very regulated system at work that allowed for this kind of common ground and suspiciously free ground of the commons. The history of rules and constraints is also full of these guides who, as the commons example shows, of individuals that try to go to the very limit of potential use of land and their kind of freedom within a certain rule set. And one very famous example is, I can't show this example in the near future anymore, depending on the behavior of Donald Trump. But he's kind of a very creative guy in terms of finding loopholes within regulatory regimes. It's kind of nice, and it's a miracle actually how he was able to build in New York this tower. It's called the One World Plaza Tower, I think. And it's kind of astounding because the rule is that next to the UN Secretary, you are not allowed to build higher than the Secretary building. Yeah? It's a kind of gentleman's agreement which New York always complied to until Donald Trump came. And he indirectly also complied to it because there is a certain rule set at work which usually prevents that. But he was very inventive that his building suddenly became 260 meters instead of 150 meters. And these are the kind of calculations that he produced. So in New York, you are able to build 10 times the plot area ratio on this plot. So he was able to build 200,000 square feet as of right. Then there is the idea of plaza bonus. Yeah, if you provide some kind of public amenities like a fountain or other kinds of cheesy public benefits, you are able to add another 20% of square footage, so another 40,000 square feet. And then he was able to buy all the air rights of all the good guys who didn't use the airspace in Manhattan to its full potential. So he was buying all the airspace from all his neighbors here in order to add another 526 square feet. So that made him end up at 760 square feet, which is 72 floors. But it was still not impressive enough for him. So he said, okay, the city cannot tell me how tall my ceilings are. So he added another 20% of ceiling height. And then he got a permit for an 856 foot tall tower, which is kind of genius. Yeah? It's really impressive how he was trying to trigger every possibility to get beyond or get inside or get a loophole by playing with those rules. It's quite nice, and it's of course it's something very, very close. So that's why he's able to end up with promoting his tower, yeah, as a kind of victory gesture, yeah, of having outdone the UN. Quite impressive. And they're calling it Trump World Tower, New York. Another guy is quite interesting. That's Jack Parker. He is also quite inventive. He built this hybrid building in Midtown Manhattan. It was on a very difficult plot. There were a lot of rules that basically would have prevented him to build this tower here, this hotel and apartment tower. It's very tiny, and at the least at a certain height there comes the kind of sky exposure plate, which would cut off his tower in a kind of very weird shape. But what happened? He and his lawyers were actually able to claim that this is not one building, but two buildings. Yeah? So he asked for a permit at the planning department in two different sections. So he got a permit for a hotel and he got a permit for an apartment building. Yeah? And both were complying with the rules. But the city somehow did not realize that he put the two buildings on top of one another. And in order to even show this kind of mockery, he put in a little reset, yeah, here to indicate this is one building and this is the other building. Which is quite beautiful as a kind of maneuver that he basically got one building approved twice, yeah, and thereby was able to build this tower. And of course, with the quality that he was for a long time the only hotel in Midtown Manhattan that were at this site that was offering pristine views towards the park. Very, very nice. But so in a lot of examples, these rules also challenge in a kind of productive way the production of the city. But in this example, it's almost counterintuitive. You're probably all, it's kind of weird to talk about Sant'Emiliano as a German in Italy, but I kind of want to show this example. this is how Sanchanya looks today, with these 15 towers of the noble families. But it also could have looked like this, right? But it doesn't. So the question is, what happened? And so the story goes that for a certain moment in the 12th and 13th century, all these families were trying to build towers as a kind of a sign of prestige and wealth, and in order, of course, to be higher than their neighbors. Yeah. So there were also a couple of different heights at work. So there was, but at one point these towers became so tall and so filigree that they start to collapse. Yeah. So there was the engineering height, which only goes until here. There was the dangerous height, which goes until here. And of course, there was a desired height of these towers that goes here. So the city did the following. So there was a huge development going on in terms of building these towers, until the city said, no, it becomes too dangerous. We are risking our public health. And we say the maximum height of these towers cannot exceed the town hall height as prescribed here. And suddenly, development stalled. Yeah? There was no, like every half-wealthy noble family could afford to build a tower like that, so the whole game was over. Yeah? So that was the reason, like there was a kind of negative example when like rules, like stipulations of certain heights produce a kind of negative development. Although, of course, the public health in this tower was secure. And an interesting example of how building heights also produce a good quality in terms of build like diversity of the built fabric in the city was again Chicago. Chicago was like experimenting a lot, yeah. So like this, like also in relationship to its economic development. So they really like over 50 years they constantly change the height, the maximum allowable height of their buildings. And what the result was it's kind of beautiful, because this is the reason why they always change the height produced as a byproduct, really this kind of very nuanced and very like differentiated cityscape of these towers within the loop. So it's a kind of, it was some kind of hoc maneuver and not really like justifiable, but as a product that produced the quality of a kind of diversified neighborhood within the loop of these towers. So one of the big things when you look at ordinances is that these rules and ordinances need to be revised every once in a while. If that doesn't happen, then it's very dangerous. But if they do, it's not a sign of deficiency of these sets, but it's kind of important that they change once in a while. And of course, like cities like New York, Chicago, and also European cities have revisions of their rules every once in a while, and this is also very important that this happens. And then relies, of course, also on the idea to speculate on how cities should look like in the future. San Francisco was one of the examples where the city was quite aware of quite scrutinizing its development, and there was this famous simulation lab at the University of California, Berkeley. This kind of thing, it's called environmental simulation lab by this guy. What's his name? Donald Appleyard was leading this. So they tried all kinds of technical things and technical equipment in order to test and evaluate the looks and the kind of they were not really interested in controlling the density, but they were more interested in the kind of aesthetic issues of of how their city, how their skyline is going to look like in the future. So they really control the views of the city, onto the city and from the street canyons out of the city. So Switzerland does it in a kind of similar way, but they do it one-to-one, which is beautiful. I don't think it's happening anywhere in the world. So whenever a tower is supposed to go up, they produce like a kind of virtual scaffold, like an actual scaffold to see the volume of the tower. Yeah. In one-to-one. So the public is able to look at this kind of scaffold and see this tower almost materialize and can then like judge whether they want this tower or not. Which is like this tower was like I think like this scaffold was standing there for 2 months and it was really like costly. So it was about $200,000 only to offer the public the kind of preview of the tower to come. Really cool. And one rule which is particularly interesting in Switzerland is the 2-hour shadow rule. And I like it very much because it's also producing some kind of very specific relation between the actual plot or the specific private property towards its neighbors. It's basically saying that a tower that goes up is not supposed to cast shadow, yeah, onto the neighboring plot for more than 2 hours per day. if it's residential. Yeah? So there's also a very like, it's my property, but I somehow have to respect my neighbor's property as well. And that can be used, and then it's it's like tested after the fact, or tested plans and projects are tested according to their quality. But you can also turn that rule around and say, okay, I only produce buildings that do not cast shadow on other properties for more than 2 hours. So it's a very simple rule, and you can actually try to really you can almost use it as a kind of generator of form. With this certain criteria, which fulfills this certain criteria. So this is also one project which I liked very much 10 years ago, because it allowed me to take off my hands and say, it's not my fault how this building looks like, it's the fault of this rule. Yeah? And nobody is against having not too much shadow on their property. So this is also like it's kind of also like the idea that I don't want to be responsible for this. Yeah, I leave it over to the kind of quality of these rules. So we did a couple of projects with that thing, and it's very potential and very nice, especially when you talk to the city about it, because everybody said, "Oh, great." Yeah. It's such a nice quality, and it's such a it almost objectifies your design, and that is a kind of very strong rhetoric. And I think, Matthias, you were talking about the shell before, and this is also something which is in a kind of projects that have a lot of stakeholders. If you just show the shell and not the actual result. People say much easier. It's a kind of very good tool for negotiation, yeah, because everybody can see their project within the kind of given frame, which nobody really would criticize because it's based on well-meant conditions, yeah. So we were able to win this competition with this kind of trick by not showing the actual buildings, but by showing only the potential, yeah, the envelope, yeah. And of course, at one point you have to face it and you have to put a design in, but at best, after you won this competition. So the moment will come where you really have to choose out of these choices. But until then, it's a very nice means to really get into a discussion with all the people who are involved, like the investors, the city, the public, and so forth. And then, of course, you can do a kind of programming with it as well. So you see that these are all the spaces which are cast in shadow more than 2 hours. Yeah. So of course these areas will become office and not housing. So even the programming and the mixing can be left to some kind of algorithm, which I'm really skeptical about today. But I think many of these rules are able to work like that. Here you see the New York shadow casting rule, which actually produces like today what Hugh Paris was doing himself by hand and artistically to produce these kind of envelopes or prototypical shapes that were produced not you could say not by his artistic talent, but by the constraints of the New York Ordinance of 1960. But of course, it produced very beautiful sculptural objects, and that was of course the biggest quality of that work. We started. I still have time, right? So I want to look at one more example of neighborhood relationships, which is called the ancient light doctrine, which is kind of beautiful, which says like if you have, this is a Great Britain example, which is also paradoxical and a little irrational, how the story goes, but it basically says if you have a window facing to another lot and having a kind of free view for over 20 years, you are able to keep that you are allowed to keep this view. So no neighbor can build a building in front of these windows, because it will block these views. Yeah, and this guy made it quite clear that he has the right of perpetual views to the outside, and his neighbor cannot build anything there. So it sounds good, but the problem of this rule is it's quite an old rule. Was in these areas after bombings of London, because suddenly the context was gone. Yeah, so the windows were gone. Yeah, when there was like the house was you don't like for this rule you need the windows. Yeah, but after the bombing, no windows were there. So it was a huge dispute because of course these guys were still claiming the right to the view, but of course they couldn't prove it anymore. It's quite interesting and quite difficult to even more if you look at you can preserve your right by manufacturing, even if you close your windows, you could claim your right afterwards still by the way you close these kind of apertures. So if you do it like this, you lose your right to the views. Yeah? But if you do it like this, yeah, you still keep your right to the kind of open views even if the window is closed by bricks. Yeah? Because this basically says that you might get the idea to open the windows again after a couple of years. Yeah? So everybody in Great Britain, of course, not does it this way, but does it this way. You should look how it's done. And then there's also a beautiful thing which combines the exterior directly with the interior, which is the rule that at least 20% of sky needs to be visible from certain points within the room of an apartment. Yeah? With reference to the window. So scientists, objective scientists found out that there is a line which is here where people start to get annoyed if they don't see any sky. Yeah? So this line is therefore also called grumble line. Yeah? People start to grumble if there is no view to the outside. So they made this kind of measurement and declared that this line, so there's also a lot of simulation going on, declared that if this before and after this line, or especially after the line, there still needs to be room to be at least least 20% of sky, blue sky, to be seen and of the outside of the clear sky. And then, of course, like, it becomes, at one point, it becomes really like a kind of technocratic nightmare, yeah? And you have so many rights, and you can even, like, this rule can even produce the fact that some buildings, even high-rise buildings, cannot be built because of the fact that some guy doesn't get enough airspace to be seen in his apartment. The parking ratio is also kind of interesting and irrational. If you drive through Los Angeles, you suddenly see, like, within the cityscape of downtown Los Angeles, you suddenly see these vacant lots. And I always ask myself, why do you see all these vacant lots? And the reason is only because at one point, parking is, like, to make it a parking lot in Los Angeles is more lucrative, yeah, than to build a tower there, which is the fact. And some people even say that parking requirements are the one tool in the world to really control the whole city. Yeah? If you control parking, you can almost control everything, because it also produces these kind of strange relationships between cars and vans. Yeah? So all the internal use and external massing really, like, coincide very delicately in these laws. I want to ask you one more question about these two images, which are very important for me, because it's also like it indicates a difference in planning culture in between Europe and the United States. Also with regard to the question of freedom to do whatever you want to. On the left, you see a picture taken in Switzerland, in a rural area and next to Einsiedeln, and here you see Mulholland Drive in Los Angeles. So my question would be, like, what is the difference or the similarity between the two images? You know? Don't say one is brown, the other is green. I show it to you bigger. This is Einsiedeln, and this is Mulholland Drive.
But it's also the question of climate.
What?
I mean that there is also a difference between climate, because European part has more wet climate, and this is climate, I suppose, with the deserts.
Oh yeah, but this is green and brown, not climate. It has nothing to do with climate.
Because, okay, the difference is that European part has more regular surface than this one. But it also can be explained by what you want to say, but also it is explained by the difference in climate conditions.
Yeah, of course, this is of course one difference, but this is not what I'm aiming at.
Is there a road on the left?
No.
Not
What is the similarity of both pictures?
the landscape.
Mountains,
Mountains, yes.
infrastructure. Where the picture is saying.
But think about buildings.
Yeah, one can be urbanized in this one, in Europe, another one can create building, you can, but with some problem.
Close. But the similarity is that you don't see any buildings in both images, right? But the reason is very different. So here on the left, like Switzerland at one point in the 70s said, okay, you cannot build outside our settlements. So they really introduced this red line, yeah, and say, okay, this is settlement area and this is rural area, yeah. So that's why, of course, this is outside this zone, building zone. You don't see any buildings here. But this is inside the building zone of the buildable area of Los Angeles. And not a few people would like to live and build on Mulholland Drive, in the foothills of Los Angeles, but you still don't see any buildings. So the effect is the same, yeah? But the law or the rules in Los Angeles are different, because they basically say that here you can build whatever you want, yeah? And how big you want. The only criteria is that you must not be seen from Mulholland Drive. Yeah?
Again, the difference is that one is green and one is brown.
Of course, also, yeah? But the similarity is that we don't see any houses here as well, but there are a lot of houses. Yeah? So the rule is not absolute, yeah? It's not forbidding to build, and it's not saying you must not build here, but it says, okay, under certain conditions you can build, yeah? Producing the same effect. And this is quite nice. I think that so the one is performance-based and the other one is an absolute rule. So one is relative, the other is absolute. And I think that's a major difference in many of the rule sets which differ between good and bad rules. So one is a simulation, the other one is setting a certain condition. And some of the conditions are kind of very nice. For example, the one that makes you not see anything is this analysis here. But it's also this here that they measure whether you see or not to see buildings from 1.2 meters height on the roadway of Mulholland Drive, which is basically the position of when you sit in your car and look outside. This is exactly 1.2 meters, and from this point along Mulholland Drive, you must not see any buildings. So that's why, of course, you can see here, yeah, you can see a roof, yeah. So at some point you can start to see, if you look closely, you can see houses. But the law is kind of flexible. So we were talking to some homeowners there where you could see houses and asked them why you can still see those buildings. And they said, we just recently got a call from the city of Los Angeles because they figured out that our house can be seen, and they gave us a very simple advice to just plant some bushes in front of our house, so that it can be possible. Yeah? So it's not a kind of complying to a certain rule set, but it's more a play of hide and seek. Yeah, it's the attempt to really negotiate building with the city. And there's also some kind of ridiculous rule which says as long as your building complies to the natural colors of the foothills of Los Angeles, you are able to build it. Yeah? And the colors are seasonal, which means so this is the Santa Monica, the famous Santa Monica color wheel, which says if you build a house in pink, yeah, it's okay. Really strange. London does it a similar way. London doesn't really manage buildings directly, but it manages the views onto those buildings, and it also does a lot of simulation with these cameras, mainly on these three major monuments. Among them, the cupola of St. Paul's. So from the River Thames, there are certain strategic views where the tourists need to have a clear, unpoisoned view of St. Paul's Cathedral. So this is from King Henry's Mount. Yeah. So even plants have to adhere to this rule that from certain positions you need to see the cupola of St. Paul's. So it's measured by certain assessment points and viewing corridors which cut through the whole city. But the funny thing of this rule is that there is some kind of view shadow behind St. Paul's. Yeah? And the result is, of course, if you zoom in closer, you start to see that many of the buildings are hiding behind the St. Paul's. because they don't have a kind of overall height limit. You can build however high you want to, but the sky needs to be untouched next to some poles. This is, of course, also one great example of how rules do not determine or do not stipulate, but they offer some kind of leeway and some kind of spielraum. And so the difficult thing of setting standards was also explained or made clear in a very beautiful piece by Hickey about freedom and excess, or about the excessive rule. And he was using Jackson Pollock as an example. So Jackson Pollock, of course, was the guy who was spreading paint and dropping paint on paintings. So it was kind of liberating to him, and he claimed, or he set the rule for himself, it's okay to drop paint. Yeah? So then the world was still okay. But after a while, after a couple of years, after the example of Jackson Pollock, he claimed that if you are an artist, you must drop paint. Yeah? Because of course the work of Jackson Pollock was so successful, so for the art scene for a little while it was kind of necessary to drop paint. Yeah? So the kind of liberating rule turned into some kind of obsessive and excessive rule. Yeah? So also like these kind of the things that you think are liberating you are at one point also going to an extreme and then also become like somehow unbearable. The same is, of course, if you look at Las Vegas, you all know the tourist sketch of how to build monuments, to see how actually monuments or buildings are constructed, are confined in this kind of allegedly free area of Las Vegas is the code of Las Vegas. So it's over 90 pages. Yeah, that says or that tells you that tell any casino developer of how to build a proper casino. And the most amazing thing is that in terms of fluorescent lighting, yeah, anywhere in the world there's a maximum, yeah, prescribed. Here in Las Vegas, there's a minimum of 75%. Yeah. So in order to build a casino in Las Vegas, you have to at least put in 75% of fluorescent light. So it's somehow the kind of prescribed joy, yeah, which also turns into a complete nightmare. Yeah. So it's not the example. Las Vegas is by far not the example of the kind of do whatever you want, but it's almost like a kind of prescribed opposite. It's the kind of prescribed hedonism. Yeah, like a building has to look joyful in Las Vegas, otherwise you cannot build it. So I think like reading the building code of Las Vegas is quite a good successive reading after reading Learning from Las Vegas. Yeah, you should always like read both in one go. All right, I think I want to stop here, and I would be happy if we could, now turn to the discussion about all this. Thank you very much.
For the discussion, I decided to put the chairs, 3 chairs here, and one so everybody can have a more familiar conversation. I'm going to welcome all of you here. I know there are students from Milan, from Venice. It's a really simple and nice symptom. For many times we name together with some friends a common debate. It's really nice that we try sometimes to join our efforts of different schools and different PhD schools to create this common debate. Thank you for coming with us. Everybody of you, of course, knows the event today and how this day will work, so we'll not spend any words about it. We'll just spend a few words to introduce you to the reasons of the conference and to the lecturers as well. The conference actually starts from a simple question, which is
how is it possible to design? Which is the role of planning in our post-industrial, post-structuralist, post-capitalist, and post-crisis cities? Many researchers, and made also in this university, show us how the cities have survived all the types of crises of these last years. From one side, with a prominent explosions of practices and social vitality. And from the other side, with a sort of hyper normalization of our lives. Everything should be now measured, controlled, decided. What about the project? We try today to answer to this question, or at least to clarify it, thanks to two professors and two books. And each book, of course, is not just a book, it's eventually an idea. The first idea was working too much. It's your I guess.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. The first idea is this book. It's the one of non-plan. I will not get through this caption, of course. And the idea of non-plan is carried by Simon Sadler, who is a professor of architectural and urban history at the University of California in Davis. He wrote this book about non-plan in 2000. He was talking about the 60s and the 70s, but this question, this issue, is still alive today. We will talk about it later. The second idea is the one of urban rules, which is carried by Alex Lerner, who is an architect and urban designer and assistant professor of architectural and urban design at the ATH in Zurich. He wrote this book about grand urban rules in 2009. After a dense introduction by Robiglio, we will listen to Professor Stadler this morning and to Alex Lerner this afternoon. After the three lectures, we imagined a moment for a deep debate. I really please everybody here to feel comfortable with it. We don't have microphones, and sometimes it helps. As much as we can, we could try to be the real conversation. These two ideas can more or less be classified as utopias. Everybody knows for sure that next year, 2016, will be the 500th anniversary of a special book, which is a book about cities. In 1516, Thomas More published Utopia in Leuven. That book opens the possibility for us to imagine a city of the future, starting from the present. As Bernardo Secchi was saying about this book, an utopia is an extreme imagination effort. This is my wish to everybody. Thank you.
So can I have a pause? Because I want to thank you, Michele and Lucia, for organizing this event and giving me the possibility of meeting two friends I didn't knew before. So I hadn't met before, but I have contributed to my thinking about design and city, and I'm very glad to have Alex and Simon here. And I also want to say that what we're doing now is not unrelated to what happens in the world, and I would like all of us to think about the fact that the young person whose funeral was held yesterday in San Marco place in Venice, but who died in the Bataclan butchery, slaughter. She was as a researcher, as you are, a young researcher, and she was researcher abroad. So it corresponds exactly to the social group we are. And I think that it's a precious thing that people like Alexander or like Simon have said across the ocean or across the Alps for free, because we, as you know, we don't pay anything for lecturers. We're not a commercial university. and simply for the pressures of exchanging ideas and opening the minds. And this is what Valeria was doing in Paris as a UNO researcher. So this is somehow related or relates what is happening in the world to what happens in this room. And so we will be discussing about rules and freedom. And I decided to make not to have pictures because this is up to Alex and Simon. But I would like to lay down the perimeter of the discussion and try to define some points that I would like to discuss with you and with all of you. And I will go through 5 points. First is the relationship between rules and creativity, which is it's an interesting issue. The second point is an archaeology of rules. So what rules? What are we talking about when we talk about rules in city making? The third point that we should touch is the issue of time. So how rules do relate to time. Then the fourth point is where we are now. In this, what the French call état de lieu. So what are rules now in this moment in city making? And then maybe we end up with a very concrete example that explains why we have to reflect again on the rules in city making. And to begin, the rule is a relatively recent word in Latin because it comes from it comes from exerting the power of government, so it comes from regere. But it was not born before Rio, so it's relatively recent, and it's related. At once it is kind of colonized by the Christians, by the early Christians, and it becomes a mixed word that at the same time says something you obey because you're obliged to. So you must, because there is an authority, there is a regent or something that can impose you the rule. But it's also a discipline that you choose by yourself. So the regula in monasteries, for instance, is something you adhere by will, not because it is imposed by authority. This double status of the rule is something interesting, and it links also the second layer, which a rule is both an individual choice and a collective behavior. So it is something that we share. We can share it by will, or we can share it by obligation. Michele was quoting before Thomas More, and this brings to a second importance. So the first is the birth of this word. The second is when are we starting to think about rules in architecture? Of course, one can say there's always been rules in architecture and city making. I wrote one book that I haven't read for a long time, which is this is I think before yours. This by Raven Joseph, The Code of the City. And basically, it goes through all the rules in city making. Basically, these are all rules, most of these rules before modern society were rules of governing in absolute society. So in city making, the rule was imposed by the king. The first rules he quotes are the rules of the Code of Hammurabi. And it's the opening of the book. It's interesting. And it's about size, it's about the distances, it's about if I build a house for someone, even though it has not yet completed it, the walls in town, the builder must make the walls solid from his own means. So we started thinking of authority on the city. But there is a cut in the way we think of rule that we can date back, according at least to one of the most interesting books you can read, in my opinion, which is François Chouet, La Regola Modella. I don't remember the original title in French. La Regola Modella was written under the direction of André Chastel. And it's, let me check, it's on stage. Okay, you will be checking this, so it's not probably the original text. But what is interesting is that François Chouet made a strong distinction about the rules before the Don Battista Alberti and the rules after the Don Battista Alberti, and exactly cut by this kind of rules, and proposing the idea that the treaty of Don Battista Alberti is a modern definition of the rules, which demands adhesion to the rule by rationality and not by authority. So the rule is kind of something that is proposed to the word she uses is instauration, and she says the Treaty of Architecture is a genre that was created by Alberti, and it's defined by 5 characters. It's a book that is a whole organized. It's a book with an author that says, I am the author of this book, writing in the first person. It's an autonomous procedure. It doesn't pay subordinate obligation to any of discipline or tradition. And it proposes universal principles and genetic rules allowing creation instead of the transmission of recipes and precepts. So this is the passage that brings us back to the idea of rules individually chosen, but that can be shared. So Alberti's book, if you have read it, it's not a book that, to make a comparison, Palladi's treaty is completely different. It demands adhesion by copying. Palladio writes very little, and he proposed design, very simple design. There's an intentional simplification of drawing that makes these drawings reproducible. You can reproduce them, like Vignon. It's the same kind of treaty. Well, Alberti inaugurates another kind of thinking that is about what you should think when you design. So what are the genetic rules that can make you a rational design, make your own design. So it's the dichotomy between the rules imposed and the freedom. And by the way, Françoise Cholet distinguishes, she wouldn't have counted Thomas More, because in her opinion, utopias are models that you adhere by reproducing them. So they are kind of idealistic representation of the possible, the desired future that you should try to translate directly into reality. So in her reading, the model of the utopian city is kind of coercive model, while the rules set in the way Alberti lays them down are freeing up creativity. So this is the conception that she proposed. We have been all growing up in this debate about rules, obligation and freedom, and it mostly comes from economy. I have the impression that our attacks on the plan, especially from the 70s on, across all the culture, the North American culture, European culture, the East European culture afterwards, and then eventually also the Chinese culture, is a polemic that comes from economy and neoliberalism, basically. So we are quarreling against planners and against the rule of planning, because we get this narrative from economists that more freedom will be expanding our liberty, will expand our economy. And we should decide whether this is really sound to our definition of city making, and if we can adhere to the idea that the role of institutions in city making, as the economists, the neoliberalist economists say, is simply to step back and let things happen in space, and that this could lead to a more free and open and rich society. So this is a question that I will come back at the end. But the same happened also in architecture. We can see, for instance, the end of the planning legitimities and the emergence of Archistar models as a debate between freedom and intentionally portraying the Archistar creativity as a completely free and unbundled form of production, which is not, in fact, it couldn't resist any serious historical inquiry, this portrayal. But still, it is our personal, in architecture and planning, translation of neoliberalism, this dialect between the freedom of the star and the plan. In fact, creativity and rules are linked strictly in art making. Another book that might be interesting for you, if you want to think about this, is about from a constitutionalist. It's John Elster. It's maybe you know this is in the state. John Elster wrote this wonderful book about rationality and constraints. And the last chapter, the third one, is the longest one, is especially devoted to the relationship between obligation and creativity. So he's especially fond of jazz music, and it's the longest description on literature, and it's a crisscross reading of Miles Davis and standout romances, trying to explain the way you lay down the ties in your creativity, and this allows the creation of the artwork. So the opposite of the idea that the rules are not are compressing the possibility of expression says that it is possible to consider the creation of an artwork as a process in two phases. The first is the phase in which you choose your constraint, and then the second is the one in which you express your choices within the boundaries of the constraints you've been self-choosing. So the answer is of course, there for arts like architecture, he says that there is a third layer which is outside obligation, which can be the rules, or can be the landscape, or can be the form of the ground, or can be the resistance of the soil, or whatever. He's proposing a very classical theory of art. Why you wonder why John Anson, who is dealing with constitutions, most brilliant books about the writing of the Constitution of the United States. So his stuff is how can I write rules that allow other people to write laws. So it's about the coding of what are called in right meta rules like the constitutions are. And but it comes to art because it needs to understand the way a rule can produce open discourses, and it needs this as an example in lawmaking to debunk the idea that lawmaking is stating the obligation of the others. Okay, this is the reason why John Aston is working on this, but this chapter is brilliant. It completely frees you from any idea of the constraints being a part that minders the possibilities. On the contrary, in the theory of right of John Aston, but also the proposition of art theories like Nelson Gilman, which could be a very good reading for any architect. If you adhere to a constructive idea of world making, the way that Nelson Goodman calls it, is knowledge is a construction of world. And what is interesting, one line says, to discover laws means that you design them. So it brings this loop that we already had in the very definition of the very birth of the word rule. It is still in our most modern conception of what we are making. So this constructive vision of what rules are in our creativity and in production of space should not neglect the role of rules in producing reality and producing the city, and should always keep, in my opinion, this double nature of self-elected rules and imposed rules from the outside, or rules that you adhere at all scales. So it can happen either when you make a plan, or it can happen when you make building design, or it can happen when you make a building design. In fact, when the second room I proposed was an archaeology of rules. So when we look at the rules that make our cities, I think that we see it like a quarry which we can dig, and the deeper we go, the older our rules. You should imagine a kind of layering in which you have a very thin and variable, which corresponds in mining to what we call the vegetal soil, so the thing that changes very fast. And these are the conventions of taste and style. So what is related to fashion or to taste. The right word is goût, and it's goût is a word from the 70s that was constructed culturally in the 17th century in the debate between the founding of rational architecture and the destruction of the classical order in the French Academy, especially in the 17th century. So parallelism is the founding. This is the most variable set of rules, which are conventions. They can be very free, they are not stated, but still they are really important. And as you take a step back and look at the past seasons, you never see them when they happen now. But if you look at the past season, you clearly see that there were rules, so that the people were sharing some formal codes, they were sharing some design tools, or they were sharing some commitments, even if this was not a specific constitution signed by anyone. I mean, when you look at for making a clear example of the modern movement, we're taught in school the 5 points of architecture, stuff like that. You never find them really applied by anybody, but still there is a kind of error down the time that crosses all the experiments, or the times Simon has been exploring the 70s also. They are very open and free, but still, when you look at great pictures, there are things and design attitudes that tend to come through all the work these ages has done. The second layer just below is a layer of plans, of city plans, which are also historical construct. We have not to make them. There is a tendency in history of urbanism of seeing plan as something that's always been there, from Hippodamus to the last plan of the city that is approved by the city council 5 minutes ago, which is absolutely not the way. The plan that rules our city is something that has a history, is born in the early 20s, and its main tool is zoning. So you should not mix, when you think about city rules, the morphological rules that exist, the kind of rules that anthropologists lay down, from this kind of specific density and uses ruling, which is still the core of European and Northern American, but mainly is currently through the investment procedures of World Bank is imposed to all countries. So if you want to have foreign investment in Nairobi, you have to lay down first a plan. And the plan, the way the World Bank means it is zoning, density, and street law, which are the 3 ingredients of the modern plan. So the plan is a vision of the future, but it's laid down in 2 basic factors: the zoning functional and the zoning intensity in terms of use. Then we have a previous layer of rules, which was born in the mid-19th century, so 1850 something, which is, let's say, after Napoleon, basically. And it's all a set of rules that try to rule the industrial city from the hygienic and well-being and health point of view. And this is a set of rules that maybe are very near to the ones that Alexander is inquiring in his book, which are morphological rules, the size of the windows, for instance, or the relationship between the surface of a room and the windows, or the setbacks, or the maximum heights, or the width of the streets. These are all rules that were laid down under the pressure of the economic crisis in the industrial cities, especially in London in 1860-something, or Paris, or Berlin. All the ruling of the first ruling of density, in fact, is morphological, and now the rules to forbid the building inside of the courtyard, the Höfe, and to avoid the overdensity of the Mietgesellschaft. So it's in Bismarck style, in Bismarck times. These are codes of hygiene, basically. Then we have a much older and enduring rule set, which are all the rules that rule property, ownership of the soil, the way you organize the space through property, and make it possible that space is exchanged as a commodity. Because to exchange space and have a market, you must measure something, and you must have a document that brings this measurement and makes this type of transferable. This is it took an enormous time to make. Some of the rules we have on property, but basically it has been coded by absolute states and by the laying down of cadastral design. And it can be referred, most of this rule in Europe can be referred in systematized by the Code Napoleon. So for instance, when we this is the kind of rules, for instance, that say how far you can stay from the boundary between you and your neighbor. The 5 meters rule, or the 3 meter rules, or the boundary. All these rules are you find them already in Napoleon. And then you have some these are rules that are no longer there are no drawings, so the plans are still drawings. The rules of hygiene are numbers. The rules about property are also numbers, so but they are not ruling architecture, they're ruling the relationship between two architectural spaces in between. And then we have all the codes of practice which date back to the Middle Ages that rule the uses of space. So the right to take wood in your forest, or the right to hunt deer, or the right to pass through your property to access mine. These are all very, very old rules. And just add a mark that will come afterwards. All the rules we have about compounds that survive in European legislation and are coming back in North American legislation date back to that time, the Middle Ages. So there were rules that were designed to allow a community the use of space, not in form of private property, and before the existence of public bodies. So in a feudal system, commons are the way that communities defend their space. It's not by chance that all this right has been under attack from the 17th century on by the attempt to define and privatize in a very clear way the whole world by distinguishing private space and public space, and rules ruling private space and rules ruling public space. Okay? We will come back to this. So very actual. So imagine these layers we have been digging, and then we have the very last layer that we rarely touch in our experience, but sometimes we touch it very concretely, and it's the layer of the Roman rules about property. For instance, we still have in European right the blue rule and the law that the soil begins to belongs to the owners of the plot until hell, from hell to heaven, is the way Romans were saying. Which is completely different in American right. For instance, in American right, the soil below 3 meters is not yours, it belongs to the state. So the state can sell mining rights. This is very frequent in Pennsylvania. So they can sell you mining rights without asking the owner if it is allowed to dig in his property. You can dig from the side, and you take the coal under my house. And maybe my house will collapse and we'll have a jurisdictional war. So this is one of the oldest rules that has remained in our code. But for instance, this came back very clearly in European litigation in city making, because rules that have also litigation, they are therefore you can use them also in legal. For instance, when you make parking places in city courts, you have the problem of cables that you send to the other properties to sustain your walls. And this is a very delicate legal issue because you're using soil of somebody else, and your cables will prevent him or her taking the parking. So this is to give you an idea of how complex is our question of rules, and how many layers we are discussing when we discuss rules in city management. The third part, the question is that it's the question of time and rules, so how rules can change. And this archaeology was also to take away the idea that most of the planners have, that the plan is a law. No, the plan is not a law. The plan is a convention. It's a very weak law, so you can change your clothes convention as you want. Today we're wearing a black jacket, and tomorrow I wear a red jacket because I change my days. We can plan our faculty rules and change them if we freely decide to change. This is not a law. We cannot change the law that rules the university in the nation without going to the parliament. So there is a slight difference. And this question of time is embedded in rules and brings us to a word that was lingering in the presentation of Michele, which is flexibility. So how rules change. Because rules are made basically to oblige the future from the past. So we're sitting now, we define the rules, and within 10 years, Janet will be designing a building, and she has to make it according to the rules that we set down. So this obligation of the future to the past, why? The question is, it's always been there. Why has it becoming a critical factor? So why the main critics to planning came about the rigidity of planning and the difficulty of adapting planning to change. The thing that I propose you to think is that this critique to planning, which was starts in the 60s, and this is the work of Simon, and or it's related to a discontinuity. So plan was laid down as typical model tool, and if you look at the growth and value creation in European cities from the 20s or of the, let's say 1910, 1920 up to the 70s, you can see that there is a continuous growth in value and in demography and economy of the cities. Of course, with the two halts of the wars, but it's impressive in statistics because 5 years after the wars, you already are on the same line you were before. So you had a kind of continuous stance in which the future was very similar to the past. I mean, in my parents' generation, the idea that you were always going up and that the city were growing, and democracy was growing, and economy was growing, led to an idea of a very continuous future with occasional breakdowns like wars. But they were not epistemologically relevant. I mean, that was an accident. Accident can happen. When this continuity idea stopped, I think it stopped in 1973 with the first major oil crisis. So when we discovered that the basis of this growth is not working anymore. And I was a child in 1973, and I remember the experience of conquering back the city because it was forbidden to use the car for private purposes. So the reconquest of urban space, you had horses in Amsterdam, and the biking movements in Germany was born from that accident. In whole Europe, you could not use this was also a rule, could not use the car for private purposes on weekends. And this brought people back to the city. But basically brought the idea of this continuous growth. It made the question of time non-relevant because the future is like the past. The rules that we laid down yesterday can be implemented and work. They simply need to be tuned and they don't need to be changed. And the second possible clue to why we are discussing the necessity of flexibility is the fact that the explosion of the libertarian and individualistic movements in the 60s and 70s led to the idea that the self-imposed rule and the collective rule were no longer the same. Put the individual and its personal freedom at the very center of society. By the way, how can we judge this 50 years afterwards? It's interesting because it's always been taken as an explosion of freedom, self-expression, libertarian, kind of a weak progressive movement, especially in California, for instance, in the States. But in fact, there is some, if you read one of the accounts of the last century, the one by Tony Judge, who's an English historian, his judgment is very sharp because he says those hippies were paving the road for neoliberalism. So this idea of absolute self-fulfillment and independence is always has also contributed to the right-wing narratives of destroying shared rules and abandoning the work of constructing sound and good rules also in city making. And third, bunking the legitimacy of the plan is the crisis of the welfare state. The more we go away from that historical moment and we see it in historical terms, that layers of rules, the second one I told you, one of the plans was strictly linked to the possibility of the state of ruling economy, and it was connected to the possibility of having a state expanding heavily in society and organize the private and public life of citizens. Then there is a line, very tiny, Corinth, which is born in Italy, and it's the Italian school that is trying to, that was criticizing the zoning and plan and trying to bring back morphology into the debate, which is connected through France to the rule setting of the 19th century. So trying to go back to morphological rules, though Aldo Rossi never really went to the idea that the city could be made by morphological rules. That was more the idea of Giovannone, Saverio Muratori. Aldo Rossi then had a kind of court circuit that his thinking about the city became his politics, and that has completely destroyed the power of the discourse of architecture of the city. Yesterday Alex was saying that his book is still the most read book in the library of ATH. So that struck me because I thought it was a bit forgotten today, but maybe it is not. And also a new set of rules emerged from this ecological crisis of all, and are all the eco rules that are growingly making the form of our architecture. What is interesting is that these eco rules, they don't have much to do with the rules of planning that have been ruled the making of architecture from the 20s to the late 70s, the 80s, and still do in practice. So I think that one of the tasks your generation and maybe my generation has is to produce new set of rules, because it's very easy to criticize the stallment of planning, or the lack of flexibility, or the non-interest of zoning in the contemporary city. But it is not so easy to find the rules that can take the place, because those rules still define the way space is organized in the city. So we should consider that they're out of fashion in our community, but if you get out of this door and enter to the city planning authority and you ask for permission to build, the first check you make is about function, do they correspond to zoning, and the second, density. Did you build the density that is prescribed in your plans? So, the issue of time and the duration of rules became more and more critical, because if time has discontinuities, like the crisis of oil was showing for the very first time, and destroying the myth of progressive growth. The book "The Limits of Development" comes shortly afterwards. We have to think about the flexibility and how to make rules flexible. It's interesting. This is, in my opinion, Words and Buildings, this book by Adrian Forti. I think it's one of the most useful books that you can have in your library. Adrian Fort was trying to take the most important elements of debate of the 20th century and hand it to the next generation. There is a kind of legacy idea, so I select what is relevant in 150 years of modern debate, from 1850 to the end of the 20th century, and I hand it to you. Adrian Forti proposes in his reading three strategies. He recognizes three strategies of flexibility in architecture and planning from the 50s on. And the first strategy is flexibility by technical means. So we're going into the building. So we've been talking about the rules of city making. Now we're going into the building and saying, okay, how does it work? Making architecture flexible, but it can be also brought back to the planning. The first idea is that you can achieve flexibility by technical means. Okay, sliding doors, the Corbusier doors between the two children's room in interpretation. This is typically a technical device for flexibility. I can open, I can close. Stephen Hall's revolving doors in his Beijing housing settlement, the 5 towers. All the flats have revolving doors that open and close spaces along the diagonal. Okay, that kind is typically a technical tool for having flexibilities. Or to go into Italian design of the 70s, Cini Boeri proposal of a flat with a central square and all alcoves and niche on the side with sliding walls and curtains. This is typically technical devices. A simple note about this, in technical flexibility, you have it also in planning. Oh yes, we can make this rule, but then you can adapt, and you can go to the city council and change. So you try to incorporate some legal devices into planning to make it flexible or timely. I just say that this doesn't change the paradigm. So you're still sitting, it's a work of optimization. You think that the technical device can fix the issue of rules lasting into time and being or not being any longer adapted to the times that we don't know when we lay down the rule. The promise of Le Corbusier with the Plan Libre, if you remember the beautiful sketch in which he compares the stone block of a traditional house and the open plan, is typically that kind of thing. So it's the same surface, but it can change. Usually, this kind of flexibility, when you have a factual check afterwards, nobody does it. I mean, the plan is libre, but there is no real proof that you can change it. And there is also no real proof that you cannot adapt and change a building that is built in the 19th century. So it's an ideology, and this is the flexibility issue. Or there was another way that Le Corbusier was proposing to adapt the relationship between personal, we go back to planning and urban scale, personal taste and behavior, the explosion of possible forms of expression, and the need of a planned and wholesome urban form. It was that beautiful drawing of the plan of Algeri, in which you can see the perspective. You have this geographical architecture, but then when you look at the houses, each of the houses is designed in a specific style. So one is in Arabic style, one is modernist, one is Gothic, one is romantic, one is normal building codes. So this is what I call the shelf strategy. You design a kind of big shelf and you can put objects inside. Another strategy of flexibility is what I call the shell strategy, which you make a kind of big shell and you can put variable objects. Think about the Fun Palace proposal by Cedric Price. It's typically this thinking. It comes from industrial architecture and brings to the second idea that Forti proposed for flexibility, which is redundancy. So you can be flexible. This is already a step away from the modernist ideal of perfect correspondence between space and needs, or optimization. Optimization is at the core of the industrial society thinking, of optimization of movement, of optimization of capital, optimization of space. When you introduce the Fun Palace shell strategy, which you build a shell and inside you can vary the content, you work on redundancy. And you work on the idea that you produce more space than is needed. And this redundancy gives flexibility to the product. So you can add, basically, in the Fun Palace, you can add and shape new boxes as you want. And the roof is a kind of infrastructure that allows this continuous change. Might be seen as a kind of changing scenes in a theater, where the hanging roof of the theaters is there because you can hang scenes from it. So we go from correspondence between needs and means to the exceedancy or the uneconomic, unutilitaristic approach to rule. By the way, also another person reflecting very intensively on rules, which was Christopher Alexander, is in Notre Synthesis Form. When he makes his polemic, a city is not a tree, you might remember, it's all about redundancy. So the difference between linear thinking in systemic design and the critique that Christopher Alexander makes to Eberstein and other system design thinkers is that the tree schemes has no redundancy. And if you look at the drawings, what is adding Christopher Alexander is adding diagonals, connecting points that were not originally foreseen. It is, from the epistemological point of view, it's exactly the same strategy as a Fun Palace. You add redundancy to make space for things that might come in the future, and you don't know yet. So, where are we now? We say archaeology rules, the crisis of planning and rules of city making, the emerging of individualism and the idea of self-expression, of free expression as a positive things. And then the three flexibility strategies that were already down in the 50s and 60s. I didn't mention the third, sorry. Flexibility through technical means, flexibility through redundancy. And the third, Arenford proposes is flexibility as a political strategy through, and this is directly referred to the situationist theory of cities of Bourdieu and to the practice of the situation, International Situationist, and the theoretical reference in the production of space by Henri Lefebvre in 1974. And it's putting things that are not coherent with the original product. It's a kind of subversive strategy. So force flexibility by injecting new content, by occupying buildings, is a spot strategy, in which you take an existing as a situation, let's say, divorce. So you take it as it is, and you insert new content without taking care of the coherency, functional or aesthetical or legal, between what you put inside and what you inherit from the past. It's a kind of tactical politics of city and space in which you occupy spaces with new content and you no longer try to adapt or to optimize, but you simply leave the clash as it is and you work on this contrast. And this strategy is maybe the first strategy, flexibility through technical means, is one of the less effective in our cities. If you simply look at the landscape, and this is what we will be doing in the last 10 minutes of my framing, and you will rarely see the success of flexibility devices. I mean, the role proposed in industrial design, but they die very fast. And that door still perfectly works, and it's something that's been designed 300 years ago. And if we design the door now, we make decoration, basically the principles are the same that we have there. The ones we see more in European and North American cities at the moment are flexibility by tactical occupation, urbanism, and situation tactics. Think about all the occupation of existing buildings and the role they have in producing city and also city values, by the way. So they produce economy. This is the typical paradox of the spotters. So you want to occupy because you're against gentrification. But as Sharon Zuki was saying in this wonderful Lofty Living book about New York, you're the best agent for gentrifying the place you occupy. So you're in a trap that you cannot avoid. And Kees Christensen in the book about cities aloft, there's one article that says, okay, simply, you move and squat the next place and you keep your freedom. So, if I were to make the questions about rules in contemporary cities, I would say briefly that we have to design rules that pass from the idea that rules that are made to control growth, which was the main agenda, the first point of the agenda of the planner up to the 70s and the 80s. So city is growing, and we have to control and address the growth. Well, the narrative is what rules can stimulate growth, or can stimulate city making, or can stimulate transformations. So we're passing from rules of scarcity, in which we see scarcity of space that we must rule, to rules in which we see abundance of space, because if you take away some of the places like Manhattan or the core of London, I mean, you have more space than you need, because our society is smaller than the society of the 50s or in the 60s. It's smaller in projection, it's smaller in economy, it's smaller in demand of space for production, for instance. Then we have to pass from rules based on distinction. Zoning is typical rule of distinction. Industry is distinguished from residential, for instance, to rules of mixing. So this is much more complicated, because saying that things must be separated is quite easy epistemologically. Saying that things can be mixed is much more complex to be ruled, especially when we know these are the kind of rules that Jane Jacobs would have loved. I mean, rules to obligation to mix, but it is difficult because John Elster might explain that it's very easy to make negative rules in which you say, okay, you cannot be the residential or industrial block. This is an easy rule, but it's enormously difficult to make positive rules. So be good is a difficult rule. Don't kill your brother is an easy rule. Be good is a very difficult rule. So don't make industrial and residential is an easy rule. Make urban mix is a very difficult rule to lay down in planning. Also because we no longer know very much what are functions in contemporary cities. So what is happening in society before it happens in our offices and in our thinking is that functions are mixing. So I couldn't say what production is now. What place corresponds to production at this moment? If you produce computers, I mean, you're no longer a polluter, you can be next to me maybe, or if you produce apps or you produce software. Whatever. On the other side, you have residential space that is more and more mixing with other uses. Maybe we are going back to Middle Ages housing work schemes. Third point, we have to design rules. All our rules have been designed and have been engineered to control the production of new space So I say you that this new space, this new house must have windows 1/8 of the floor surface. This is a clear rule. But now most of the things we are doing is reusing what has been built before. So basically the vast majority of building production in Europe is reusing of space. I'm not thinking about the architecture scene reviews, which still is oriented much to showing the new, but if you see simply at the building construction market at the turning of the century has become mostly a reused market, and of course this brings us to the idea that ruling the reuse is completely different, or maybe we should accept the fact that the existing building has a certain vocation, potential, and grammar, which is embodied in its form, and so the building is the rule of itself for architecture. This is something that Giovanni would have loved, for instance, as a statement. And fourth point, which is the most delicate for us architects, and the last one that I lay down on the table, that we have always been working with rules of production, so the kind of rules you lay down for telling somebody else what he or she has to do, and more complicated, our city demands rules of co-production, so rules in which you make things with others, or somebody else does things and produces them autonomously. This is part of the red I forgot, in green, a book that I really much love, which is The Decadence of the Intellectual, that's Baima, that portrays the history of the end of monopoly of intellectuals that we are, and technicians, on the production of contents and meaning in society. This is really something concrete that you can feel in society, and it's undermining something that is deeper than the rules, which is the legitimacy of us as designer in laying down the form of built space, which is a legitimacy that is stated by law in European Latin already. The Anglo-Saxons don't have this monopoly of production form, and which is completely and absolutely gone in practice. Production space is no longer a monopoly, it's no longer something you hand out to somebody else. More and more the issue is how you get communities involved into the co-production of space. And the rules of co-production, to close the circle I opened with the Latin definition of rules, brings us back to the idea of that we should maybe be able to design rules that are elected by a community as their own chosen rules, and they become rules of space. Might seem that I've been talking too much in legal terms, but this becomes passion when you try to define, for instance, how room works, or how we might have to produce space. Is there anything different in community land trust architecture than there is in normal social housing? These are issues that demand a reflection on rules of co-production, especially if we think as some theoreticians of economics think that sharing will be, I don't know if it will ever be that relevant as some might think, but especially in cities it is becoming something that not neglect. Last, I provide you an example. So if you take a concrete case and you have a community of people who charges you, which is a typical charge at this time, of designing a shared space, a kind of co-housing or whatever it might be, in communal use of space, either new space or reuse. If you have in mind my archaeology and stratigraphy of rules, well, in that case, as a designer, you will discover that you have to go to the whole depth and dig the whole set of rules and invent on all layers. Because if you want to rule the use of a communal space, you're working on that layer that was set down in the Middle Ages. How do commons work? How does something which is neither public nor private, that's in between, works? I mean, that's concrete. Is there a fence around it, for instance? A fence is an architectural rule for describing physical property, denying access, or opening access. Then you have the layer of building codes laid down in the in the mid-19th century, because most probably we will be struggling with rules that are adapted to an individual form of housing or a private property that might no longer, for instance, the rule obliging you to have a kitchen in the house. Or if you make a communal kitchen, should you obey that rule? And can your project be approved if you don't have a kitchen in the house? Imagine that in some cases you could decide not to have the bathroom in the house, just to have the toilet. And share a bathroom, that would be nice. A hammam shared in a community. So I'm just making examples. And of course, you're against all rules of planning because you incorporate functions that in planning are set outside of the private realm. It might be working or might be children care in a public and open form. It's something that we zone in different places in our city. So what I'm trying to say is that this is not simply the way that the attempt to describe the epistemology of rule, but it's professionally and in practice a very concrete task. If you want to produce new space, you have to, in this moment, this very moment, sometimes you have to work on the rules that prevent new forms of spatial organization and social organization to be possible in the real world. So you have to go back to this archaeology, dig into the rules, and be able to work on the different layers to make your design, or your client's design, or your community's design possible. This is typical when you have a change of paradigm, which is where we are in. I think that our season is a dramatical change, and we will not understand. Going back to liberalism, that's an easy result. You could say, okay, take away the rules, and you can do whatever you want. Also, your common urbanism, your law, which I think is absolutely not the fact, because we have to rewrite the rules, not only because, as to say, without rules we cannot make anything, but because the economy, the market, and the exchange of space demand that this has been made. Carl Polanyi and David Landers in their works on economy and the making of modern economy show the proof, in fact, of the market, even the free market as we know it, and the personal freedom are a social product of history. They were laid down intentionally to work in a certain way. This way does not work anymore, we could agree on that, but we cannot simply take away that layer and imagine that everything can perfectly stay and work more efficiently than it does now. We have to take seriously the task of laying down new rules in the sake of our own freedom. I keep you? Did I keep you? Yes. The floor is yours.
Is it that? Am I not on the or?
Sorry? What was supposed to, or we can have a coffee?
It's just that it's a different timetable. It's a long timetable. I'm on it.
What, you were on 11? Oh, yes.
Yes, I am sure. Yeah, it's very late. I will need to put my slides on my computer as well.
Would you like to enjoy a coffee?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we take a pause, and we see us back at 11. Huh?
See, I have rules.
Okay. It's supposed to be the advocate of non-plan. So I experienced this kind of reflection on thought.
So, yeah,
Yes, please.
No, così è